Hello and welcome to episode 139 of the Casual Try Hard podcast. I'm Brian,
And I'm James.
and it is time for Innistrad Midnight Hunt set review. We're gonna
Ta-da!
ta-da! We're gonna talk mechanics. We're gonna talk the cards, and you're gonna see us if you're on the YouTubes.
Hi.
Hello. We have fancy backgrounds, like we're semi-professional.
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 Hey, I worked hard on this slideshow. I think that's more than semi-professional.
Yes, the slideshow is very nice. It is very impressive. Better than my slides for my class. So we're going to go through all that. So if you would like to tweet us what cards we missed, what cards you think we misevaluated, you can get us at Casual Tripod on Twitter.
Yeah, you can also hit us up on Facebook at CasualTryHardMTG or email us show@CasualTryHardMTG.com. If you're looking to pre-order any of this stuff, that's one thing I meant to do today and I didn't get it done. I went to check pre-orders because I think there's some sleepers in here. But if you're looking to pre-order any of this stuff, we would appreciate it if you used our TCG player affiliate link, tcg.casualtryhardmtg.com. After you follow that link, anything you buy will help support the show. We'll get a cut of it, help keep the show going. If you guys want to support us a little bit more directly, you can do so at patreon.com/casualtryhardmtg. Throw a couple bucks in the pot. It really helps us out. We'd appreciate it. Plus, patrons get access to our show notes before the show goes live, so you kind of get a leg up. You know what we're going to talk about. You also get to listen to our pre-show before the episode. And once in a while, I do little patron give backs where I'll mail you something cool, something just from us.
Yeah.
Also, we have our YouTube channel, Casual Tryhard MTG on YouTube. There should be some stuff coming up on YouTube. I'm going to do a couple box openings. Normally, there's a little bit of limited content that goes up. And you can watch this episode there with the cards right on the screen to follow along.
Yeah.
I don't like these episodes don't really hit home on YouTube like I thought they would.
Come on, people.
Have you noticed that?
Please. No, I haven't checked the YouTube stuff a lot. But come on, make the algorithm happy.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of weird. I figured these would be a big hit.
We have jobs. We can't post like 3 videos a day.
Right.
To keep the algorithm happy.
Well, I think the thing that keeps the algorithm unhappy is like us posting just the normal show there every week.
I guess.
Because only like 2 or 3 people ever listen to it there. And it like knocks us down in the ranking. But that's besides the point. The people don't care about that.
Yeah, they're like, whatever.
Yeah.
They're like, as long as we keep getting the show, we don't need you to blow up.
That's right. Also, we have our Discord. We have our own channel. There's a link in the description. There's a link on all our social media. Hop on over, join in the conversation. It's probably the best way to get a hold of us if you want, a quick and timely answer. Some of the other ways we don't get around to checking nearly as often as we should. Plus on Discord, it's a lot easier to have a conversation if you have a question or something that, isn't quite enough for a whole episode, but, you want an answer to. It's a little bit easier to do that on Discord than email. So make sure you check our Discord out.
Oh, so real quick. So from the Twitters, the Mr. Karate or Miss Karate, whoever, right? Sexy Karate was like, you know what we need to come up with?
What's that?
Weighted sleeves so that you can play outside.
And they don't blow away.
They don't blow away. And I was like, that's an interesting idea. I wonder how heavy the sleeve has to be to like make it so like you don't have your cards blow away.
I think the problem with that would be if the sleeve was heavy enough to not blow away, it would also be thick enough to not shuffle.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I was like, how heavy would we have to like just like slide a little piece of lead in the back of all your sleeves. Oh, good. Super safe, really good for you. But
I wonder if you could do like magnetic sleeves though.
Oh yeah, where you have like a metal playing surface and then they are like they have like a little magnet, like a thin magnet in the back.
Yeah.
Ooh. That's interesting. There you go.
Sometimes I get these ideas, they like pop out of my head.
Yeah, that is interesting. We could we could get some sort of engineering people on this.
Yeah.
The whole world's moving to digital Magic and digital games. We're like, all
we're
right,
trying to make new sleeves.
Yeah, how can we make the game more more analog but yet more robust?
Right.
They're magnetic and they're waterproof. Go. You can play in a rainstorm and they won't blow away and your cards won't get wet.
Right.
Like, or you could go inside and play on Arena. No, outside with real cards.
You have to get wet.
And you have to get wet. Cards can't get wet.
Yep.
All right. So I will make a little bit of commentary of don't get too attached to Innistrad Midnight Hunt because the next set comes out in 8 weeks.
Yeah. Pretty fast here.
In like 5 weeks, you're going to be like, it's previews for the new set.
Yeah.
You're going to get through all the drafts you were planning to do for the set. And you're going to be like, time to play some. Oh no, there's a new set.
Yeah.
Woohoo. All right. So we're going to start with the mechanics because we were asked to cover the mechanics.
Yeah.
And so the first one is day and night. I think they're all human.
Yeah, I think so.
Or most of them are. And then, oh, it's night. Now they turn into a werewolf.
Right.
Right.
It's kind of cool the way that they're doing it. It makes a little bit more sense than the previous way.
Yeah. So it kind of works similarly to the previous way with like one big difference. So, well, two. So the old way werewolves worked was they transformed if no one cast a spell on a turn, you or your opponent. Right. And then they transformed back to their, so it'd be human, you cast a spell, becomes werewolf.
Yep.
Or no one casts a spell, becomes werewolf. And then if 2 spells were cast on a turn, they went back to human.
Yep.
Right. Now they're specifically saying, all right, if it's day, your things are human.
Mm-hmm.
If you cast 2 spells on your turn,
right.
Well, sorry, if you don't cast any spells on your turn, it becomes night. All your things become werewolves.
Mm-hmm.
And then if a player casts 2 spells on their turn, it flips back
to daytime.
So before you could be like, pass my turn, so my creature transformed, and your opponent could cast an instant on your end step, and then your creature didn't transform.
Right.
So you like time watch yourself to make all your like humans into like big buff werewolves.
Right.
And then your opponent was like opt. And then you just didn't use your mana.
Yeah.
And your creatures didn't all get better.
Yep.
So now if you say, I want it to be night, it will be night and all your things will transform.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they will transform at the beginning of the next turn.
Yeah, so the things transform as it changes from day to night, which happens at the beginning of the next turn.
Yes. So,
I also believe that this does not use the stack.
Oh, you can't respond to day and night. It's just a thing that happens.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just a thing that happens. It's a, what do they call that? A game action
or a static ability or oh gosh, we should know this.
Yeah.
Oh, what is it called? State-based action?
Yeah.
Or state-based effect, kind of like unmorphing something. You can't respond to getting unmorphed.
Yeah.
It just happens. So this happens and then all your things flip over.
Yeah, I don't think it's a trigger.
Sure.
I think it just happens.
Yeah. So the thing that is going to suck in limited is if you played paper limited, is if you only have one card in your deck that cares about day and night.
Right.
And you play it, you are tracking day and night for the rest of the game. Yeah.
So this thing, this mechanic kind of works like Monarch or Ascend from like Ixalan, where the mechanic doesn't really exist until you turn it on the first time. And then once you turn it on the first time, you track it for the rest of the game. So like with Monarch, somebody becomes the Monarch, and then, when they're dealt combat damage, that person becomes the Monarch. Something starts it, and then it just goes from there. Same thing with City's Blessing. When, you cast something with Ascend and, you have 10 permanents, it checks if you have City's Blessing, and then, if you get the blessing, you're blessed the rest of the game. This kind of works the same way. Like nothing is tracking day or night until you play either a card that has daybound, nightbound, or a card that specifically says, when I come into play and it's not day or night, make it day.
Yeah. Which just like, if there aren't permanents that, if you don't have any other cards that care, like in paper, you're just having to like flip the token
right
every single time. Now, why this matters, why you have to track it, is these werewolves work a little differently. So we said, like, we talked about transforming them, but if it's night and you cast your werewolf, it comes in as its night side.
Correct.
Right. So before, whenever you cast a werewolf, it always came in on its front side.
Mm-hmm.
But if you've like manipulated it, like let's say that your turn 3, you're like, I'm not going to play a spell.
Yeah.
Right. On my turn, it's night. Your opponent plays a spell and you play like an instant speed removal spell. Now you can play your like cool 4-mana werewolf. It's really powerful on its backside.
Right.
And now they either have to kill it or cast 2 spells to flip it, to not just get like, stomped by the like 3-mana 5/5 or whatever that you just played.
Yeah, kind of in that vein. I know we've said this about at least one mechanic every set for the last handful of sets now, but I feel like this mechanic is really like geared for Arena. The way that they're handling it is cool, but it does make it a little cumbersome in paper, whereas in Arena, this just does it for you and you don't have to think about it. And also, like, they get to put up, a fun splashy graphic when it changes to daytime, and like something dark and moody when it changes to nighttime.
Yeah, it'll probably change. It might even change like the background.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it did.
Either change the background, or there'll be a sun in the corner and then it'll become a moon.
Yeah.
Or something. Yeah. Like, this is not a mechanic they make 10 years ago.
Right. Yeah. No.
Right. Because it's just too much tracking.
Yeah.
And I almost feel like they're still kind of not counting on people playing in paper.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
like,
at this point, they don't really care. It's you're playing Commander or we don't care.
Yeah. So, like, they're just not, because could you imagine, like, at like comp RAL, like, I think my opponent forgot to flip day to night.
Yeah.
Or I think we missed one.
Yeah.
Like, it's untrackable.
Right.
You
can't really go back and fix it.
Yeah, you can't go fix it. Like, that's just where you are.
Yeah.
And that's just like, all right, I guess this is where I am. But like, ew.
Yeah.
Like, it's just not a thing. Like, we went through all the, you can't track, energy on a die because if the table gets bumped.
Right.
And it's like, oh yeah, we're giving you a token. And you have to flip it over.
Yeah.
And like, it's my second spell, flip it. And then you forget to flip it.
Right.
Well, I said to flip it. No, you didn't flip it. Oh no. Oops. They can't go back and like figure it out.
Well, like I said, I don't think it's a trigger. So I don't think it's something you can miss. But yeah, I mean, this makes it really awkward for Comp REL.
Yeah. So like, even if it's not something you can, like, if you can't miss it, but there's no way to track it if there is a discrepancy.
Right.
If your opponent says, I think it's day, and you're like, no, it's night. Right. Like, there's no way to go back and see, like, oh no, I cast no spells this turn.
Yeah.
Like 3 turns ago, I cast no spells.
Right.
Right. Like, this is not a mechanic that works well with like the rules of paper Magic.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, it's, I guess on some level, it's like the Dark Confidant thing where, like, if you don't reveal the card, Like there's no way to track which card
Yeah.
like went into your hand. But like if you did that like twice, you just lost the game.
Yeah.
Right? You got like a warning and then
Yeah.
you just lost the game. Right? Like I guess this is you both get a failure to maintain.
Mhm.
But like I don't think you how do you know they didn't maintain?
Yeah.
Someone maintained.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah,
So
it's
yeah.
weird.
So it only takes one of these cards being good for this rules tracking thing to like exist in Magic forever.
Yeah, there's a couple of them that I think are pretty pushed, so we'll see.
Yeah, I agree.
The other
I,
thing that's weird is like this day night thing doesn't affect any of the old transform cards.
yes.
So like all of the old werewolves and everything else that transforms like isn't affected by day night, which is really strange because there's things in this set that transform the old way.
Huh.
Like we
There are.
have there's Delver of Secrets in this set.
Oh yeah. Well, that's not on spell casting though. That's
Well,
on
right.
some other
Yeah,
condition.
it's its own trigger, but it's just strange that you have things that transform, the way they always have alongside things that transform this new way.
Yeah. All right. Next mechanic.
Next mechanic.
We have Disturbed.
Yeah.
What?
That was pretty good.
Thank you. I've been thinking about doing that for like a week. So I think this is my shot. All right. So Disturbed is kind of another play on flashback for creatures.
Yeah.
Right. It kind of reminds me of like Embalm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, kind of, sort of.
And
Except
Eternalize.
Embalm and Eternalize you didn't cast though.
Yeah. So you are casting this. Okay.
Yeah. So this is like kind of closer to like Croxa or Uro.
Or like yeah, something like that, where you can actually counter it on the way back. So you have a creature on the front side, mana cost, power, toughness, all that stuff.
Yep.
And then you have it has a disturbed cost, and disturbed is disturbed within the mana cost. You may cast this card from your graveyard transformed for its disturbed cost. And then there's a backside.
Right.
So you get the backside when you disturb it.
Right.
And all the disturbed creatures have the same text on the backside, which is when this it would be put into a graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead. So if it's countered, you exile it. If it's killed, you exile it. That way you can't keep looping the same card over and over and over again. But so this is like just like flashback, because you're casting the creature and you're getting like a different effect. Where like flashback is you typically get the same effect, but for a different mana cost.
Yep.
Here it's a different mana cost giving you a different creature.
Yep. Yeah, I think every instance it's almost like a mirror image of whatever it was before.
Okay. They just flip the power and toughness.
Well, it's not just the power and toughness. Sometimes the abilities flipped also. Like there's a soul warden on the front that flips into like a blood artist on the back, I think.
Okay. So these are interesting. I think for the most part, these are all like costed like limited cards. Like,
yeah, I think there's one or two of them that I think were interesting that might have made it into they made the cut. But yeah, not many of them. Most of them seem like limited.
All right. We have Coven, which is
hang on, I got one more thing about Disturbed.
All right.
While we're talking about Disturbed and we had just talked about Day Night, those are the two like main transform things in this set. When you flicker something with transform, it comes back as the front side. It doesn't track which side is up when it goes to exile. So when it comes back, it'll be whatever the front side is, regardless of, I guess unless it's day night.
Yeah. So if it's night, if it's night and you flicker a thing, it'll come back on its night side.
Yeah.
But if you like,
wow, that's weird.
Yeah. If you flicker a disturbed thing, it should come back on its front side.
Right.
So which I guess gives you another chance to rebuy it.
Mhm.
Because the exile clause is on the back of the card.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the things, anything that is flipped, it leaves, and I guess it comes in the way you could cast it, or the way it would if you cast it.
That's a good way to think of it. Yeah.
Right. It comes in on the front side. Right. So whatever is deemed the front side is what it comes in on. Day-night stuff, it comes in the way it would have come in when you cast it.
Yep.
Which is a little weird, but sure.
It is what it is.
Arena will take care of it. We don't need to know the rules anymore. Just
That's
click
right.
and buy gems.
Yep.
Card styles? Card styles. All right. Coven.
Yeah.
Coven's
a little bit more straightforward.
Yeah. Like the way it's worded, people like flipped out for a little bit.
Because they didn't know what power meant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are these different powers? The first number before the slash.
Right.
So at the beginning of combat on your turn, or is it beginning? It's not always beginning of combat.
Yeah. So sometimes
more
they're
like-
activated abilities. It's just like constantly checking.
Yeah. So we have Candlelit Night Cavalry,
Yep.
which is at the beginning of combat on your turn. If you control 3 or more creatures, different powers, Candlelit Cavalry gains trample until end of turn.
Yep.
There's some that are like, if you control like activation cost, activate this only if you control creatures, 3 more creatures, different powers.
Yeah. Some of them check on ETB.
Yeah. This has the same issue that Party has.
Yeah.
Right? Where like it is difficult and constructed to get a board of 4 or 3 different creatures. Let alone creatures with different powers.
Yeah. It it kind of goes back to something that we've touched on the show before, where like every format kind of has a breakpoint where in order for a creature to be relevant, like this especially goes in limited, but in order for a creature to be relevant, like it has to have a certain power or toughness. Otherwise, it either just gets chumped and trades down or gets brickwalled and doesn't do anything. And because every format has those breakpoints, you tend to end up with a bunch of creatures with similar power and toughness.
Yeah. I mean, there's that, right? So like if there's a bunch of 2/3s, which this set has a lot of 2/3s, right?
Yeah.
You got to play a bunch of 3/3s to make sure you get through.
Right.
Right. But then you also run into just like keeping 3 creatures on the battlefield. Like think about like Party never worked in constructed because I'm gonna have 4 creatures on the battlefield.
Yeah.
And like not have them get wrecked.
Right.
Because like if the Coven payoff is super impactful, right? You can just make sure they never have creatures with different powers, right? Like as the opponent who has removal, you can just be like, okay, I'll kill your 1 creature that has 3 power.
Yeah.
Cool. Now you have 2 2s and a 1.
Yeah.
So your creature doesn't do anything.
Yeah. It's even more relevant and constructed too, because a lot of times like you might only have, 4 of the same creature with 1 power in your deck. And once the format starts to get solved, like people will know that, oh, you only play 4 creatures with 1 power in your deck. I'm just going to kill all those and shut off Coven for the rest of the game.
Yeah, because I know the rest of your creatures are like 2 mana 3/2s and 3 mana 3/3s, and you're just not going to have Coven.
Right.
So I think this is like an okay limited mechanic, but not great for the same reason. Like it's just like easy for you give your opponent too much agency with this.
Yeah.
Right. Like this is a common, this Candlelit Cavalry, but it's like it's a 4 mana 5/5 vanilla, which is not good enough if you don't have Coven.
Right.
So your opponent can just make sure you don't ever have Coven.
Right.
So it's always vanilla. All right, we talked about this one. Flashback. So this is you just get to cast a card from your graveyard.
Yep. Flashback's awesome. Everybody loves it. Every time
Yeah.
it comes around, everybody loves it.
And there's always a few cards that are good.
Yeah.
I mean, even this card, like that we have up, Homestead Courage. It's a white for a sorcery. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature and it gains vigilance. Flashback of white.
Mhm.
I mean, the current like white weenie deck is a 2 spells deck.
Right.
You're both your spells.
Yeah, and like it's a reasonable pump spell by itself. Plus, there's I guess most of it's rotating, but like there's stuff that cares about +1/+1 counters. So,
And like this card looks innocuous, but like
yeah.
if you need to cast 2 spells in a turn,
Mhm.
this one gives you both those spells. Like its flashback cost is super cheap.
Right.
For the most part, the flashback spell costs in this set all increase.
Yeah, I can't think of any that are cheaper.
Yeah, this one being the same is weird.
Yeah.
But for the most part, it's like, hey, this is 2 mana, now it's 5.
Yep.
Or this is 3 mana, now it's 7. So it encourages you to like go long.
Mhm.
Next up, Decayed.
Yeah, this is a weird one. So creatures with Decayed can't block, and if they attack, they're sacrificed at the end of combat. So anything with Decayed isn't going to stick around for very long. You can't ever chump with it, and a lot of times I think you're just going to be throwing a body away. Normally this is on, it's going to be on zombie tokens that you make. There are a couple cards that put Decayed on other things that we'll talk about a little bit later. But Decayed is weird because when I first read it, I thought it was a lot bigger upside than it has to be. Like I figured a 2/2 body, like zombies matter. So a 2/2 body that has a relevant creature type, regardless if it sticks around or not, I thought would still be like a significant upside to a spell. But in going through the set file to kind of build this episode, I noticed a couple things. And somebody else had pointed it out on our Discord also, that like a Falcon Abomination is a Windrake that makes a Decayed zombie. Well, I mean, like Windrake and Limited is, just kind of, there, and like you probably play it if you have it. We've always had some sort of, Windrake with upside for Limited, but this Windrake like brings a Decayed zombie with it for 3 mana, like a 2/2 flyer that brings a 2/2 body. Like Wizards has to have like known that I guess Decayed isn't that powerful. Otherwise, that wouldn't have been something they did. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so this is something that they actually brought up on Limited Resources, that these zombies can't be very good.
Yeah.
Because there's all these spells that we basically have the exact analog for from previous sets. Like,
well, I mean, I wrote this whole section. Yeah.
Yeah, but like bounce a creature.
Yeah.
Make it 2/2.
Right.
And it's like that would like never happen.
Yeah. Counter a spell, make a 2/2. Mind Rot, make a 2/2.
Yeah, like these are all like these 2/2s must be worth way less than a card.
Yeah.
Now there is a lot of like sacrifice things.
Mm-hmm.
So these may just end up being the fodder that you need to power all the things that care about you sacrificing something.
Yeah.
So like, oh hey, you're gonna like counter spell and make it 2/2, but then next turn you're gonna play Vivisection.
Yeah.
And you need a creature to sacrifice to cast Vivisection to draw 3 cards for 4 mana. So your counter spell gave you your 2/2 so that you could cast Vivisection.
Mm-hmm.
And it might just be as simple as that. They're just like, oh no, you have to have your thing. Right?
Yeah.
We just have to give you these bodies so these other things work.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I guess I never thought the zombie token was broken.
Well, right, but like you wouldn't ever staple like a normal zombie token to a Mind Rot. Like that's a 3 mana 3 for 1.
Yeah. No, exactly. So like this is so they could just give you a bunch of zombie tokens
Yeah.
to do things with,
Yeah.
as opposed to, them being like a regular zombie token.
Mhm.
So like when you think of these cards, don't think of them as like actual zombie tokens.
Yeah.
They
There
are
was
less than.
Yeah, that was kind of a hard thing for me to get through my head when I was going through the set file for the first time. I was having a hard time not thinking of them as actual zombie tokens. So
Yeah. But like this card, Ghoulish Procession, that we have to illustrate this. 1 in the black enchantment. Whenever one or more non-token creatures die, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token with Decayed.
Mhm.
This ability triggers only once each turn. So that last sentence sucks.
right.
But like, oh hey, I'm gonna sacrifice a creature and I'm gonna get another thing to sacrifice.
Yeah.
Like that is good, but basically like the 2/2 black zombie is almost just another thing to sacrifice.
Yeah.
And also don't forget that they sacrifice themselves at the beginning of and at the end of combat.
Right.
So remember,
Not in
you
your
deal
second
damage.
landing.
Yeah, you deal damage, and then before you get to your main phase, there's the end of combat.
Yep.
But that happens after they deal damage. So
Mhm.
you could be in a situation where you attack, you deal 2, and then you have some way to sacrifice them for value.
Village rights.
Village rights. There's the blue, I think it's blue black instant that like
Yeah.
you attack any number of creatures and you just make a big like
Yeah.
XX zombie. Right. Like you could get in for 2 or 4. Your opponent's like, well, I'm not gonna block because I don't want them. I don't want to like trade a
Trade
card
off.
for this, not a card.
Yeah.
And then you're like, make a 4/4 menace creature.
Yeah.
Again, probably not a constructed level thing, but a limited thing where you at least can get the damage in and then do something with them.
Yeah. Well, like you said, also there's a lot of 2/3s in this set.
Yeah.
So
Which also
maybe that's why there's a lot of 2/3s in this set. They wanted to make sure that these decayed zombies weren't like actually a card.
Yeah. So it is awkward that you're gonna have all these zombie tokens that you can't block with, you may not be able to attack with, and they're basically like, I don't know, they couldn't like. There's not an Innistrad flavorful like 01.
Yeah.
Right, because that's usually the token that's not a token.
Yeah.
Is like the plant.
Right.
Like here's an 01 plant. And you're like,
Yeah.
okay, just I guess I can throw it in front of something, but it doesn't do a whole lot.
Yeah.
These don't even get the pleasure of getting thrown in front of something.
Yeah.
They just are kind of like, here is the lowest value thing we could give you and still have it make sense flavor wise for Innistrad.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Yeah.
So, I mean, even like a skeleton would be like a 1/1.
Right.
They're like, no, here's a bad zombie.
Yeah.
So yeah, Decayed. It just feels like it's a thing to give you fodder.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe 1 card or 2 might find its way into constructed, but I doubt it.
There's one that we're going to talk about, or there's actually 2 that we're going to talk about that I think might do something, but we'll see.
All right, and then was this our media side for Decay? There we go. I should have.
Yeah, that's all right. This is just all the cards that I saw that had like an analog from like normal standard. Like I said, the Falcon Abomination is Windrake and whatever. Yeah,
like Startle.
Yeah.
Target creature gets -2/-0 until end of turn for 1 in the blue. Yeah. Like that has been like a limited playable card. You get a 2/2 and you draw a card.
Yep.
Right. Like that's just a lot.
It would be nuts if the 2/2 was.
It would be amazing
worth
if
a card.
Actually attacked and blocked.
Yeah.
But instead, it's like I don't do that. So it's like okay. And like No Way Out is exactly the same casting cost as Mind Rot.
Yeah.
Like they even told you, hey, we think that this 2/2 black zombie is worth no mana.
Right. Because Mind Rot's a card that we normally get.
Yeah, and like Flip the Switch, it's also like counter spell unless it's control pace 4. I feel like we've had this exact card for 2 in a blow.
We have Convolute.
And it's like, and get a 2/2 black zombie with Decayed.
Yep.
And then the counter argument is they've done a really bad job of costing things recently.
That's true.
So maybe these are better than we think, but it doesn't seem like it.
Yeah. And like Rotten Reunion is Cling to Dust.
Yeah.
Exile a card from graveyard. You get to do it again out of your graveyard.
It's a creature card that doesn't get non-creatures. So it's a little bit worse than Cling to Dust.
What do you mean? This gets a card.
One target card. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it just hits a card.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So no, it is just Cling to Dust.
Yep.
Where it doesn't draw you a card, but it's way cheaper to cast on the back end.
Right.
So
yeah, like realistically, you're not casting Cling to Dust more than like twice anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, by the time you eat your entire graveyard for the first for the first flashback.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I mean the art on Rotten Reunion is pretty cool.
It is pretty awesome, yeah.
So all right. And then they brought back Investigate.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like they brought back Investigate like super sparingly.
Yeah.
Like it just shows up in some like random places.
Yeah, and I actually couldn't find the Midnight Hunt Investigate token anywhere. I was kind of hoping I was going to. I could only find the Shadows ones.
Yeah, so Investigate, you make an artifact token that is a clue.
Mm-hmm.
And this artifact has pay 2, sacrifice this artifact, draw a card.
Yep.
So it's a way to kind of like store up cards.
Yeah.
But I mean, they didn't give us another Thraben Inspector, so
no, they didn't give us Tireless Tracker either.
They did not. But like this has been a like constructed playable mechanic, but it's because like there are cards that are just really powerful that gave you clues.
Yeah.
Not so much that like, oh hey, clues are awesome. Though there was the modern like as I think they called it game objects deck.
Yeah. With was it Academy Manufacturer?
Yeah, and then the blue green guy that's now in historic that like whenever you make one token you make another.
Yeah.
Or something. Yeah, and it just goes blah, here's like 12 of each token. But yeah, no, this is around, but it's not the lot when we were in Shadows block, there were like this was a main mechanic in the set.
Yeah, there were things that cared about like actually investigating, whereas this time around, I don't think there's anything that actually cares about investigating. It's just like random clues tacked onto things.
Yeah, it's like give your opponent a clue. You get a clue, but it's not. Yeah. It's like less than a card, or it's a card on layaway. But it's not, it's not as powerful as draw a card.
Right.
All right. So let's go through the cards.
Into the cards.
First up, white.
Yeah,
Adeline.
we have. Yep.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna name it off. Adeline Resplendent Cathar. This card kind of feels like Brimaz. If you were around for like, was it Born of the Gods? Brimaz was in.
I think so.
Where it's Brimaz was like a 3-mana 3/4 that made a nerd. Like every time it attacked, I think. And this kind of does the same thing. It's a 3-mana star 4, where star is the number of creatures you control. And when it attacks, you make a 1/1 that's tapped and attacking. So if you have like no other creatures in board, like in play, it's going to be a 2/4.
Yeah, when you make the second one.
Yeah.
So
no, when you make the first one.
Oh yeah, when you make the first one, sorry.
Yeah.
That becomes your second creature.
Yep.
Brimaz also made a token when you blocked.
Oh, that's true.
And that token blocked with Brimaz.
Yeah.
So this can get bigger than Brimaz. You only get the tokens on attack.
Right.
But no, this is a reasonable creature.
Yeah.
Right. I guess Brimaz was good 7 years ago.
Yeah, right? Like randomly it pops up in deck lists though.
It does. But it's one of those things like, do we have to calibrate ourselves for 2021 power level?
Oh, yeah.
right? Like, is this? But I mean, I think this like could have a home in like black white humans and Pioneer Obs on humans, right? For
Mhm.
collecting company. Maybe it could like maybe it could find a home in like Death and Taxes because there's a bunch of humans there as
It's true.
well. So like, not that they need a ton of help like closing the game because Death and Taxes is not about that life.
Right.
They just want to do the Death and Taxes part, and then like, okay, I guess I will kill you with Mother of Runes beats or something.
Yeah. I was listening to the Receivables over the weekend, and
Uh-huh.
I think it was the Torment episode that I just listened to. They were talking
Okay.
about deck names, and Cedric went on a rant about how he would, erase Death and Taxes from history and just call it black or mono white control or something.
Ick.
Yeah.
Ick. Let us
Yeah.
have fun.
Yeah.
Let us make the game enjoyable.
Yep.
Like they did MTG Goldfish did a short on the name Solar Flare,
Yeah.
and I didn't know where Solar Flare came from. It's because Angel of Despair being bald looks like Krillin from DBZ.
Oh.
And Krillin's big move was Solar Flare, where he would
Okay.
blind people with a blinding white light. So since Angel of Despair looked like Krillin, the deck became Solar Flare. I was like, that's great.
Sure.
Like, I don't know, like now it'd be like, oh, this creature kind of looks like Rick from Rick and Morty. So this is Bubble of a Dub Dub. And that'd be great. It'd be so much fun. But
Show me
no.
what you got.
Yeah, there we go. Great. Oh, this looks one of the flying heads. It's
Yeah.
show me what you got. But no,
Yeah.
we can't have nice things. It has to be teamer aggro. It's like, no.
Right.
Let the game be fun. All right.
Yeah, like one more thing I wanted to say about this card is there seems to be like a lot of pieces for White Weenie in this set, and we're gonna cover some other ones like later on in the episode. The reason like this one might be, worth noting is there seems to be multiple like 3-mana curve topper creatures for like a mono white weenie deck. And depending on the meta, or maybe you can like swap them out in your sideboard or whatever, like this could be a role player for that deck, which is kind of why I wanted to talk about it.
Yeah. All right. So Fateful Absence, one in the white instant, which is a big deal.
Mhm.
Destroy target creature or planeswalker its controller investigate. So here's where they've just tacked a clue on something.
Right.
Because it couldn't just be one in the white merc something. Had to be one in the white merc something, but give him something to make him not feel so bad.
Yeah.
This is the best white removal spell in Pioneer now.
Yes.
And maybe the second best white removal spell in Modern, behind Path, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Because like Deck and Stone got played in sideboards, and this is better than Deck and Stone.
It is. This hits planeswalkers, which Deck and Stone did not. And this is instant speed, and Deck and Stone was sorcery speed, right?
Yeah. Deck and Stone's big thing was the fact that it would hit multiple copies of the same creature, but that didn't happen a whole lot.
Yeah, it didn't go search for them. It was only if it was in play that it tagged them.
Yeah, so that was not a thing that happened often.
Yeah.
So this just kind of like is your next best like white removal spell.
Right. So like how does this stack up next to Path? Like this hits planeswalkers, which is something Path doesn't do, and they both give your opponent a card.
I think that 1 mana versus 2 mana is a big difference.
Yeah.
Right? If Path was 2 and this was 2, maybe Fateful Absence is better.
Mm-hmm.
Because like they get the card, but the card's on layaway. Like there's a chance that if you're like a white aggressive deck, they don't ever have a chance to spend 2 mana to get their card.
Mm-hmm. This also doesn't ramp your opponent though. Like if you need to kill something on turn 2, you're not ramping your opponent.
This is true. I don't know. It's hard to say. Like I feel like the 1 mana versus 2 mana thing is a big deal.
Yeah,
right?
but like if you were building like blue-white control, would you play, I don't know, your third path before your first Fateful Absence?
We both know neither of us is a control mage.
Right.
So my thought was like in like a blue-white control deck, they are going to get that card.
Yeah.
Right? Where giving them the land to ramp them, you presumably have ways to like counter the stuff on the way down.
That's true.
Or you have answers. So like giving them a land doesn't matter as much as giving them another thing you have to answer.
Yeah.
Or that you may have to answer, right? That it's like, I don't know, a 60% chance that you have to answer a card
Mhm.
as opposed to, you know, oh, it's another thing I have to kill. Let me pick which way I want to kill them.
Yeah.
Or kill that thing, or oh, I have to counter it. Which of my 4 counter spells shall I use?
Yeah.
So I don't know. Like, it's an interesting discussion. I said I think the big thing is 1 versus 2 mana.
Mm.
But like I think if they were both 2, I think you could maybe say Fateful Absence might be better in a lot of situations.
Yeah.
But I think there's not an analog to this card in Pioneer at all. Or in
Right.
Historic, really.
Right.
Right. Like this is the best removal spell in Historic.
Oh yeah.
So like I think this card is the card like reaches back. If you have like Stone in your sideboard somewhere,
It
this
becomes
probably
this.
just becomes this, I think.
Yeah.
Right? Like because you can probably count on one hand the number of times your Stone got 2 things.
Yeah.
Right. And like if you are Death and Taxes, right? And you're playing against like a deck that has a Jace, like this gives you a way to like bring an answer to a Jace.
Yeah.
Where Stone didn't let you do that.
Right.
They both had the same downside.
Yeah, I think I guess my question is, or more of my opinion is that I think this is more than your 5th path though. Like I think it's better than path number 5. I think it's
Fair.
probably like path 3 or 4.
Fair. I can see that because it has more flexibility.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that's a reasonable argument.
Yeah. So like I said, I don't think that like just calling it, the second best path is quite apt. I think it's better than the second best path. Obviously, I don't think it's as good as path, but it's definitely better than the second best path.
A 3-2 split or a 2-2 split or something.
Yeah, something like that.
What's
you
this
want
one?
to take a break and grab a glass of water or something? You good?
I should be fine.
Okay.
Hopefully.
All right. So next up we have Gavin Dawnguard. It's 2 white for a 3/3 human soldier with Ward 1. Ward, if you don't remember, is kind of the new way that they're trying out like hexproof things. When it's targeted with I think it's a spell or ability, right?
Yes.
The person who's like activating the ability or casting the spell has to pay whatever the ward cost is, otherwise it's countered. So this has Ward 1, and it says if it's neither day nor night, it becomes day as it enters the battlefield. And whenever day becomes night or night becomes day, you look at the top 4 cards of your library and you reveal a creature card with mana value 3 or less from among them, put it in your hand, and then the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. So the reason I think this is relevant is that it kind of fits into that same slot that Adeline did, where it's like the top end of like a white weenie deck, and it kind of like interchanges with whatever your deck needs to be doing. This is a way for white to get card advantage, for you to, save up some nerds to replay after a sweeper, or for you to go wide around like an opponent's board or something. I think this card is better than it looks. I really haven't seen anybody talking about this one. And I mean, it's just an uncommon, but I think it's a good card.
Yeah, I mean, if you are playing like White Weenie and like you have other things to do on 3, right? presumably you'd want to cast this on like turn, like if it's night, you'd want to cast it on like turn 4,
Mhm.
and then play a 1-drop, so it flips and you get your card right away,
Yeah.
right? Or it's hard. I think it's hard for you as like the white aggressive deck to flip it, right? To flip it from day to night, because like
Yeah.
you just aren't going to be in a situation where you're like no attacks,
Right.
unless like you have like paladin class to activate on 4.
Yeah.
But that might be worth it, right? To just go like, okay, Dawnguard, go. My turn is going to be activate paladin class,
Mhm.
Ashio, flip Dawnguard.
Yeah. I mean, unless you have like some instant speed stuff to do on your opponent's turn.
Yeah, usually white green decks don't though, right? It's usually just
Well,
like,
we talked about that that 1-drop with flashback earlier.
oh yeah. I mean, it's a sorcery though.
Oh, that's true. Yep. You're right.
But I mean, you could have the removal spell we just talked about.
Yeah.
Fateful Absence.
Yep.
All right. Wait for moving. There you go. All right. Sun Gold Sentinel. 1 of the white, human creature, or creature, human soldier. It is a 3/2.
Well, that's above, right?
1 of the white for a 3/2. Like, oh, that could be a vanilla. No. Let me read the following paragraph to you.
Yeah.
Whenever Sun Gold Sentinel enters the battlefield or attacks, exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard. So it is just graveyard hate.
Yep. It's incidental graveyard hate, because like a 2-mana 3/2 you're gonna play anyway.
Yeah, it's just like a beater.
Yeah.
And then Coven, 1 of the white, choose a color. Sun Gold Sentinel gains hexproof from that color until end of turn and can't be blocked by creatures of that color.
Mhm.
Activate only if you control 3 or more creatures with different powers. So it basically gets protection, but protection is hard.
Right.
So this paragraph is easier,
Sure.
because it could just say 1 of the white gets protection from chosen color.
Yeah.
Done.
I mean, it's not just protection though, because this doesn't prevent damage from that color's sources.
Well, you can't target it.
Right, but you could use this as a blocker.
Yeah, you could it stops you from blocking and
Yeah.
then giving it protection.
Right.
Or having the auras fall off of it that are of that color.
Right.
But I mean, a lot of what this is protection.
Most of it is, yeah.
Yes. So this is a Coven card that like just seems like it is constructed playable without the Coven paragraph.
Right.
Right. It's just like, oh, comes into play. Like it comes into play as a what is it called? Soul Guide Lantern.
Mhm.
Right. It does the Soul Guide Lantern thing when it comes in.
Yep.
And it's also a 3/2.
Right. It's was it Death Gorge Scavenger? Is that what did this?
Yeah, it was like 2 and a green.
Yeah.
And it was a 3/2, right?
It was a 3/2.
So we just knocked the toughness 1 mana off of Death Gorge Scavenger.
Right.
To give it this ability.
Yep.
Yeah. I think this card is solid. This is another card that, again, like, if you're playing Death and Taxes, maybe you play this as a sideboard card. Or
I mean, at 2 mana, it's not outside the realm of possibilities for older formats for sure.
Yeah. I mean, it's also something that like what is Recruiter of the Guard? Is it power or toughness?
I don't remember which one's which.
You might be able to get it with Recruiter.
Yeah, one of them's power, which one of them's toughness. I just don't remember which one's
I feel like
which.
the white one should be toughness, but you know.
Yeah.
Wow. Google's just like in my head. Because I got RECRU and it's like Recruiter of the Guard MTG was the autofill.
There you go.
All right, cool. Let's see that you're listening.
Yeah.
Recruiter of the Guard is toughness.
Yeah.
So like you could just have like main deckable, searchable graveyard hate.
Yep.
All right. Next one.
Sunset Revelry. This is 1 and a white for a sorcery. If an opponent has more life than you, you gain 4 life. If an opponent controls more creatures than you, make 2/1 white human creature tokens. And if an opponent has more cards in hand than you draw a card.
Yeah, so this is baby timely reinforcements.
Yeah, I mean, it knocks a whole mana off, which is relevant. And it's 2 less life, 1 less body.
But like,
but it might replace itself.
Yeah, I mean, if you're like, say your opponent just goes like turn 1 Goblin Guide, attack you, right? If you're on the play, you can just like gain 4, make 2 guys,
right?
And then like be able to do stuff on turn 3, as opposed to like taking a bunch more beats and not getting the blockers. So like I think that it could have a place. Now Jerry T was like, I don't know, I think like timely reinforcements is probably better. It's like, yeah, it's better, but it costs 1 whole mana more. Right. And like, is 2 life and a 1/1 worth of mana? Maybe not. But
well, timely never replaced itself though.
Yeah. I mean, where you get the 4 life in the 1/1, you probably don't get a card.
That's true.
Right? Like your opponent's like mono red and they're just like, but like there might be a situation where like, say you're on the play, right?
Mm-hmm.
You go land, you're at 6 cards. Your opponent goes land Goblin Guide, they're at 6 cards.
Yeah.
You go land in this.
Yeah.
Like, you get your card.
Right.
So like
and your life and your creature.
Yeah, you get it all.
Yeah.
If you're on the like against an aggressive deck, if you're on the play.
Yeah.
So I mean, in that situation, the card's just like amazing. But I think if you're on the draw, they probably cast 2 1-drops.
Yeah.
And then you can't get your card back, but
right.
And you're up a card because you're on the draw. So like I don't think there's any way you get it back.
Yeah.
But like on the play, I think it's probably as good or better than timely.
Mm-hmm. I think it's sweet. I like it.
Yeah. All right, to the blue cards.
Yeah.
Well, we can't say the strictly better opt.
It's more or less strictly better opt.
Someone will like find the corner card. What if it's your combo piece and you need to keep it in your deck? Whatever. Consider a blue.
What combo deck are you playing where you're not pulling your combo piece out of your graveyard?
Hey man, I played a lot of Neoform.
That's true.
And I needed all those idiots in the deck.
Yeah.
All of them. All 12 combo pieces or whatever. They all need to be in the deck. Okay, consider it's a blue for an instant. Look at the top card of your library. You may put that card into your graveyard, then draw a card. So it's kind of like Surveil 1.
Yep.
And then draw a card.
Yep.
So 9 times out of 10, putting a card in your graveyard is just upside.
Yes.
Right? Like maybe it's a Faithless Looting. And you're like, oh, I can just flash this back next turn.
Yep.
I'll see another card this turn. Or, it's an Arclight Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
Or
stuff you want in your graveyard anyway.
Yeah. Just things that you want to have in your graveyard anyway. And it puts it there without like extra work.
Yep. It puts a Narc Amoeba in your graveyard, which then triggers. It puts a Creeping Chill in your graveyard.
Which triggers.
I
like this. No, like this card is innocuous because you're like, oh, it's mostly opt, but it is better than opt in many, many spots.
Yeah. It feeds like the Delve creatures, 1 more card that opt doesn't. I think it's very good.
I mean, you could see like in the like blue-red, like Murktide Regent decks in like modern.
Yep.
Like they probably won't consider over opt.
Oh yeah.
Right? You're like, because that's like just 2 cards off of, because a lot of them are playing Thought Scour.
Well, I don't know that this replaces Thought Scour.
No, but I'm saying like if they play Opt, they play this in Thought Scour.
Yeah.
Right. It's just ways to turbo through their graveyard.
Mhm.
But this has, the ability to like look at the top card and decide if you want to pitch it.
Right.
As opposed to Thought Scour that you're like, oh no, they were both my Murktide Regents.
Yeah.
It's like, no. This like you can be like, oh no, I want that card, I'll draw it.
Yep.
So no, I think it is good. Lear, Disciple of the Drowned.
Yeah, this is a weird one. We had a request for it though, so we're gonna talk about it. It's a mono blue card. Well, okay, it's a 3 blue for a 3/4 legendary human wizard. It says spells can't be countered, and each instant and sorcery card in your graveyard has flashback. Flashback cost is equal to that card's mana cost. So it's kind of weird that like a mono blue card says spells can't be countered, because that's typically what blue wants to do.
Yes.
But this is also like, it just reads as like a super duper combo piece.
Yeah, well, so on one hand, the spells can't be countered could be a positive for you, right? Like, let's say this is replaces Past in Flames. Right? Now you can like do all your combo shenanigans after this resolves,
right,
without any fear of your opponent interacting with you.
Right.
I think the real reason it says spells can't be countered is this card would be a nightmare. Imagine you play Dissipate on 3, you play another counter spell on 4, and you get the game to a point where it's like turn 8 or 9.
Yeah.
And you play this with 3 mana up, and then you just cast the Dissipate out of your graveyard. Right. And then your opponent just never gets to resolve another spell.
Or heaven forbid you have a graveyard full of like rewinds where you're just like casting them out of your graveyard and untapping all your lands.
Yeah, like it would be awful.
Yeah.
So I think the spells can't be countered was like a safety valve.
Could be. Probably.
But also like, not that like Past in Flames is like difficult to like cast out of like Storm and Legacy.
Yeah.
Right. But like this even costs the same, right? Right. A flashback Past in Flames costs 5.
Yep.
So this is kind of the same thing, and you don't have to worry about like going into red. And you get the bonus of like spells can't be countered, and it like pitches to force.
Right.
So you like play 2 of them or something. I don't know, but like
could be.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Like it could just be like Past in Flames on a stick, which we've never ever seen a card like that go wrong at all. Ever.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that so what was the problem with what's it's called? Underworld Breach? It just gave all your spells escape or all your cards escape. Okay. So like not as broken, but still like you're just like, oh, I can cast everything out of my graveyard. Like that's never gone wrong.
Right.
And I have an active Teferi.
Yikes.
Oh, I can do anything.
Anything.
I mean, even the like, oh gosh, what was it called? Oh, the tap, untap, the Lotus Field combo deck.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like you get your mana, you play this, and you're just like, oh, I guess I win now. Cool. Because like they can't do anything, and you just recast your graveyard and you win the game. So this could see some play, but it might be one of those things that like spells can't be countered is like is there to like not make standard miserable, but then break something in an older format.
Would not surprise me.
Yeah. Oh, I have a Past in Flames and effectively an active and a Teferi Time Raveler out.
Yeah.
Cool.
At least it's
all
5
in one
mana.
card. At least it's 5 mana. Yes. All right. Okay. I had not seen the art of this. This is Nightmare Fuel.
Yeah. I mean, the card is Nightmare Fuel to begin with.
Yes.
Not a card that that I will probably be playing with, but it is very good.
Yes.
This is Memory Deluge. It's 2 blue for an instant. It says look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the amount of mana you spent to cast this spell. Put 2 of them into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. So this does not draw the cards. So things like Narset don't stop it. And the front part of it is just the 4 mana like scry 2 draw 2 that we get in every standard set that always sees play, except look at 4 pick 2 is better than scry 2 draw 2, right?
Yeah, because
you get more information.
You're looking at all 4 cards, and then
Yeah.
right, if you want the second card and the 4th card,
Yep.
you would never get to make that decision.
Right.
Right, you would have to put the top 2 cards to the bottom and get a card you don't want to get that 4th card.
Right.
Where here you get to be like, I get 2 and 4.
Right.
Or I get 1 and 3, which I guess you could do if you got lucky. Yep. But like you don't, you just get more information.
Mm-hmm.
And then the flashback is dig through time.
It's just dig through time. Yep. 5 blue. Same thing. You spent 7 mana. You get to look at 7 cards, pick 2. So you get 2 cards on the front side, 2 cards on the back side, and a total of 11 cards to pick from.
Yeah. Again, we mentioned Lotus Field combo, a deck that makes a bajillion mana that just wants to find cards.
Yep.
Right here, like find whatever cards you're missing.
Yeah.
Right. Like, you know, it has the upside that like it can be dig through time early on.
Yeah.
Or it can just be a 4 mana draw 2 in air quotes early on to help set you up.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times your dig was like 3 or 4 mana anyway. I mean, not in like eternal formats, but like when it was in standard, your dig was 3 or 4 mana anyway.
So you kind of get the like the early dig through time flexibility, but then later on in the game, you know, you have to pay more mana than you would for a dig, but you already got to cast it once.
Right.
So you set up your land drop or whatever.
Yeah.
That's very good. But in this art though, art is crazy.
It is pretty nuts.
I got beverage delivery. So this is all good.
Look at you.
Yeah.
She heard you coughing.
I texted her, but she heard me coughing.
Hi, Hannah.
She ran away.
Oh, okay.
But they say if you're nice to your wife, she will bring you drinks when you ask. But it's being like, no, you died now. You dehydrated.
I need a Dr. Pepper stat.
I got a water. I'm like, I need to sleep tonight. All right. But no, this card is good. Like, what was the there was the big thing here was there was a sorcery that had fish on it.
Yeah. Drawn from Dreams.
Drawn from Dreams. I was like, oh hey, this card has a lot of dig through time.
Yeah.
I should have a stack. It was not enough dig through time because it was a sorcery.
Right.
In fact, this is an instant, gets it closer.
Yeah.
So yeah. But like the fact that that water is just pouring out of this person's eyes, like I don't know.
I mean, everything about it's disturbing. There's like the lady killing presumably her child who looks like a zombie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not good.
Yeah.
Not good. All right. Otherworldly Gaze.
Yeah, this one's interesting too. Right up your alley.
Blue for an instant. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put any number of them into your graveyard and the rest on top of your library in any order. Flashback for 1 in a blue.
Yep. So it's Surveil 3.
It is Surveil 3. Like, it needs to say draw a card on it. Right? Like, this doesn't seem like super playable. Didn't we have... Oh, gosh, what was it? It was 1 in a blue. It was a Jace card from the last set that people used to turbo out Emrakul from, like, the last time we ran Innistrad.
Yeah.
And the only time it got played was the turbo out Emrakul. Like, this is close. Like, it's... The fact that you get to look like you can be like, oh, I can, like, put 2 dredgers and then like leave my land or whatever.
Yeah, or I need to hit my next land. I'll just bin everything else
until I try to hit a land.
Yeah.
I mean, there's also an argument that like depending on how like all in Phoenix is and putting things in the graveyard, you could play this.
Yeah, I mean it's 2 spells for Phoenix.
It is. It is for 3 mana, so
and it's six cards.
Yeah, you just take my top 6, throw them in the graveyard. Hope 2 of them are Phoenixes and kill you now.
Well, like that's a thing that some decks want to do though. Is Storm Herald still blue?
I guess it could be. It was. I did have it blue for a while. I haven't played that deck in a bit.
Champion of Wits.
Champion of Wits. I feel like that was better than the Jund version, but that might be sacrilege. No, I mean, no, that could be good. The deck needed things to do early on in the game.
Yeah.
Right. So no, yeah, that's true. Yeah, I guess there are spots for this. It's just hard. Like usually cards that are like selection, but not like they don't replace themselves, don't get played.
Right.
But you are right. Like
I mean, Faithless Looting is selection, not card advantage, and it saw play everywhere.
Yeah, but like you got those cards right away, right?
Yeah.
So this you're like, I guess it's an instant. So like at the end of your turn, you can set up your next draw.
Mm-hmm.
So that's good. I don't know. It seems close, but I'm not sure. All right.
It was worth talking about, though.
I think it was. Oh, yeah. Hey, Patrician Geist.
Hey, look at that.
Look at this guy. This is two and a blue for a flying Spirit Knight.
Yeah. To win, Drake.
It is.
3 mana, 2/2 flyer.
Other spirits you control get +1/+1.
Mm-hmm.
And spells you cast from your graveyard cost 1 less to cast.
Yeah.
I feel like in like Pioneer, this is playable. I did see some people saying like, isn't just like Empyrean Eagle better? Maybe, but like your Supreme Phantom doesn't pump Empyrean Eagle.
Right.
Your Supreme Phantom pumps this. Like,
yeah.
Your Empyrean Eagle doesn't like trigger Mausoleum Wanderer.
Right.
Right. So like I think it is better than Empyrean Eagle. I don't know if you're ever going to use the like in Spirits, which is where this would go in Constructed. Mm-hmm. I don't think you're gonna use the like spells from your graveyard cost 1 less to cast.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if anything they cast from their graveyard.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I think like as a like Spirit Lord in like newer formats.
Yeah, not in modern.
No, because like the correct answer is Drugskull Captain.
Right.
That is the correct answer for your 3 mana Lord.
Right.
So like this is, and it's weird too. It's like, hey, let's make this a rare that is worse than the uncommon from 10 years ago. But we're gonna throw spells in your graveyard cost 1 less to cast because for reasons.
Yeah, like I really didn't pay a ton of attention to the disturbed cards because I think for the most part I was pretty much in line with what you thought, where it's kind of just a limited mechanic. Yeah. But what happens if you start knocking 2 mana off of them?
I think they get way better. That's why it's here.
And we also have the nerd from Kaldheim, the clone.
The clone.
Yeah, the modal double face 3 mana clone.
Oh, Glasspool Mimic.
Yeah.
Isn't Glasspool Mimic from Zendikar?
What's it?
I thought. I could be wrong. Whatever, Glasspool Mimic.
I thought it was a shapeshifter.
Okay, but but
I didn't think there were shapeshifters in Zendikar.
All clones are shapeshifters.
Oh yeah, maybe I was thinking Changeling.
Because like it's the
yeah, maybe you're right.
It's the blue Kazandu Mammoth.
Okay.
Right? I think it's the analog to Kazandu Mammoth.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, anyways, we still have it.
Yeah, you could copy this and now your disturbed creatures are, you know, way better. Like the one that like it's an 0/4 that then comes back as like a 4/4 flyer for 6 mana. Like if you brick wall your like aggro opponent for 2 turns and they kill it, and then like you get a you know, a 6/6 flyer for 4 later on in the game. That's good. Like that seems fine. Yeah. But I do think that like in like the spirit decks, like the tribal spirit decks, like this is probably a 1, like a 2 of, because like in like Pioneer you also have Spell Queller,
right,
as like your 3-drop, but
fighting for the same spot.
Yeah, but I think this is pretty solid.
Yep.
Like I was a little disappointed. I was hoping that the like Spirit Lord would be better.
Yeah.
Than what it was, but no, I think it's good. Oh, there was one. Okay, there was one other blue card. I didn't think of the name. When I saw Otherworldly, whatever, they like made in air quotes, I guess, strictly better unsummon.
Oh yeah.
It's just
where it's like unsummon, and if it's mana value 3 or less, you get to scry 1 or something.
Yeah. So like, yeah, we just don't get to play unsummon anymore. That card was A-okay for like 28 years. And then we were like, no mas.
Yeah.
So, all right. Black cards.
First up is Bloodline Culling. 1 black for an instant, and you get to choose one. Target creature gets -5/-5 till end of turn, or creature tokens get -2/-2 till end of turn. So, like Grasp of Darkness is kind of an analog to the first mode, where it was a 2 mana -4/-4, and that saw tons of play while it was legal in Standard. Also, Dismember, I realize, is usually only 1 mana, but is kind of a go-to removal spell in Modern. That's -5/-5.
Yeah.
And then this also has
a lot of stuff.
What's that?
-5/-5 gets a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah, it hits most of what you're trying to kill. And then this also has like a sweeper for tokens tacked onto it, if that's something you want instead of the -5/-5.
Yeah. I mean, it's super flexible. We initially thought it was, we didn't see the token part.
Yeah.
We were like, oh man, this is absurd. But I mean, it's still good. Like the mono white deck that's going to make a bunch of like flying tokens with like Clarion Spirit.
Yeah.
If like your opponent's trying to build up a big board of like decay zombies for like 1 big attack.
Yep.
All right.
Wipe them out.
This is a YouTube only comment, but here we go.
Okay.
Do we have a Janet Jackson wardrobe malfunction thing? Because I just looked at this card and I'm like,
oh, maybe.
I'm 100% sure that is a bare boobie.
That might be.
That looks like something slid by the old.
I feel like that's supposed to be a red gem around her neck, and not what you think it is.
Okay, but like it's like a bare breast and then a bump on it, and like I don't know. It looks like I had not seen it, and now that I've seen it, it's all I can see when I
you can't unsee it.
Yeah, it's like, oh, that is 100% a topless lady. It's like you know what? We removed unsummon, but we're gonna go back to some of that classic Magic art to get back for you. It's like, oh, thanks for the give back. All right. Something tells me people are gonna complain, and like the arena version of this card in a week
it'll be fixed.
Is going to be fixed. Yeah. That the red gem will be removed or something.
Yeah.
All right.
You're welcome, YouTube.
Yeah, you're welcome, YouTube. Can I be like, oh, they're right.
Yep.
Ryan's just not a pervert. It's just like that is what it looks like. All right. So this next card is an A+ pun.
Oh yeah. Best name in the set.
And a very good card.
Very good.
So this is Champion of the Perished.
Mm-hmm.
A black for a zombie. That's a 1/1. Whenever another zombie enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter Unchampion of the Parish.
Yep.
So it's Champion of the Parish.
PAR, not PER.
Yeah. Which had the same text on it, but for humans.
Right.
It was a 1/1 white human.
Yep.
So.
And is one of the best cards in Modern Humans.
Yes. If that deck is ever going to be playable again.
Yeah.
Yeah. So zombies usually goes wide and not tall. But having one threat that just gets really big as you're just pumping out zombie tokens,
yeah,
is probably fine.
It's rewarding you for what your deck wants to do anyway.
Yeah, usually zombies are like sticky. That's also another one of their like things. They come back, or when they die, they make a zombie or something. So this doesn't do that, but it does everything else. And a lot of times the cards around it are the cards you're gonna want to kill.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, if I kill the champion, they're gonna draw a card with their undead augur. So I guess I need to kill their undead augur instead of the champion.
Yeah, or they're gonna make a nerd with their crypt breaker or whatever.
Yeah, and so like, if that happens enough times, this is a 5/5 all of a sudden.
Yeah,
because you were doing other stuff, and now they have to deal with this, and then all your synergies help, like, put you over the top.
Right.
So, and like, I guess there weren't a lot of 1-drops in zombies that were like good. I guess like you had
Carrion Feeder.
Carrion Feeder, that was what I was thinking of.
And Crypt Breaker.
And Crypt Breaker. And like, this is like infinitely better than like Carrion Feeder.
We also have Gravecrawler.
Oh yeah, Gravecrawler. But if your 1-drops are Champion, Gravecrawler, and oh gosh, we just said it, Crypt Breaker.
Yeah.
Like, I think you're in a good spot.
Mm-hmm.
And then your 2s are like Undead Augur and
Relentless Dead.
And then you play like, Death Baron and like, 2 lords, or it's like
Lord of the Accursed. You also have Lord the 2-mana Lord from Amonkhet.
Oh yeah, I was trying to think if there was one. So yeah. So like, you just kind of like have a deck.
Yeah.
Throwing some fatal pushes and like call it a day.
Yep.
I mean, and like a lot of that deck is just like, again, Pioneer / like historic playable.
Yeah.
I mean, secretly you want to like put in some green lands and just play 4 companies, because that's what you do in all of your tribal decks. Is you're just like, my tribe and 4 companies. Figure it out. We are good now. We have a deck. So Blooming Marsh and Overgrown Tomb, and then you're there.
Yep.
No, I think this card is really good. It's a good name. It is a like it's a cute card, but it's also a powerful card.
Oh yeah.
Like, oh, I see what you did. That's really cool. So I don't know. I guess when we come back for like the 6th time, I'll do one for spirits or something.
What would that be?
I don't know. I can't think of a good like spirit pun that begins like that would be a good like pun on.
Maybe it would be
Parish.
Oh, it would go back to the original Parish, PAR, and it would be Chaplain of the Perished.
Ooh.
Or of the Parish. And it'll be a white spirit.
There we go. Yeah. Hit us up, Morrow.
Yep.
All right, so now we just have our good black removal spells.
Yeah, I thought it'd be fun to kind of like compare the two, because they kind of do 2 different things. They're both at uncommon, they're both removal spells. One's a sorcery, one's an instant, so like obviously that's going to matter. But one of them replaces itself. So we have Foul Play. It's a 1 and a black for a sorcery. Destroy target creature with power 2 or less, and investigate. And then we have Infernal Grasp, 1 and a black for an instant. Destroy target creature, period. You lose 2 life.
Yes. So Foul Play reminds me of, what was the card? It was from Ikoria. I can think of the art. It was destroy target creature with power 2 or less, and it had cycling.
Okay.
And it didn't see a lot of play. Like the 2 or less thing is like
Investigate's better than cycling though.
it is, but where like think about if you're playing against Mono Green.
Yeah.
How many targets does this card have? Like almost 0.
That's true. And you're also trading down on mana for the most part. Like usually you're going to kill a 1-drop instead of a 2-drop with it.
Yeah. Because I mean they have the green 3/3.
Yeah.
Right? Like this can't hit that. Or even the white card we just talked about, the 3/2. Like you're just looking at this and you're like, oh my god, I hate my life. I'm just going to die so badly to this.
Yeah.
So like that is the concern. Is it's narrow.
Mm-hmm.
And like with I've tried not to use this word, but I would now use this phrase with the power creep we're seeing in like, you know, powers and toughnesses.
Yeah.
Right. This like there aren't a ton of like 3 mana 2 power things.
Right.
Right. There's not a lot of 2 mana 2 power things that are going to see play and constructed.
Yeah.
So like I feel like this can just get stuck in your hand. Well, like Infernal Grasp is an instant. It's just gonna get whatever you need to get.
Yeah.
And like the 2 life doesn't not matter. But
it doesn't
like
super matter either.
Yeah,
like
I mean
whatever you're gonna kill is probably gonna cost you more than 2 life.
Yeah, you know, you take hey, you played a 2 mana 2/2, which don't exist, but okay. I guess I'll kill it with this because it's gonna deal me 4 damage.
Yep.
So I'm like still ahead on the life exchange. Where so yeah, like everyone's super excited for Infernal Grasp and like agree it's good, but like I'm surprised it doesn't have like Planeswalker on it as well. Like
well, then it would be whatever that white card is, Fateful, whatever.
I guess so. I guess that's how they're differentiating them.
Yeah,
or it would have to be a rare.
Yeah, this is Terminate, but you lose 2 life instead of having to play red.
Fair. Guess that's a good way to think of it. So you remove your lightning bolts from Jund, and you're just getting closer to being the Rock. So
well, like in Pioneer, where like the Jund mana base isn't super supported.
Yeah.
This is your Terminate.
Yeah, no, I think it is, and like in a control deck as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like you know, you'd much rather be able to kill their 4 mana 4/4,
right,
than just like get completely and totally bodied by it.
Yeah.
And so trading 2 life when you're at 10 to go to 8 doesn't really matter.
Especially if you were going to go to 6 or whatever.
Yeah. Like you're going to be fine in that exchange.
Yeah.
So like Infernal Grasp is probably like the best removal spell for like in black for 2 mana. Right? Like
yeah, for 2 mana.
So eliminate and cast out kind of had those honors before. Eliminate, cast out, and Heartless Act.
Right.
Right. And it used to be that like the holes didn't matter as much. Right. But like in like if you think about modern, eliminate gets Ragavan but doesn't get Murktide Regent.
Right.
What's it called? Cast out gets Murktide Regent, doesn't get Ragavan.
Yep.
And then Heartless Act gets Ragavan, doesn't get Murktide Regent.
Right.
This gets them both.
Mm-hmm.
So like it like fills the kind of the like your, because I think that like Cedric was playing Blue Like Mill.
Yeah.
And he was talking about it, and one of the, you might have just listened to it. And one of the receivables that he had, he actually had Doomblade as his removal spell.
Mm-hmm.
People were like, wouldn't it be better to be like Heartless Act? And he was like, you need to think about what people are playing.
Yeah.
And it's that it can't ever beat a Murktide Regent.
Yep.
So you play Doomblade because no one's playing anything black that really matters. And you need to be able to kill Murktide Regent and Ragavan.
Yep.
and this does both. And also Death Shadow. Right. This card
Or
goes into Death
Yawgmoth
Shadow.
or
Yeah, but this goes in Death
whatever.
Shadow too.
Oh yeah. Oh, for sure.
Like, hey, it kills a creature and it deals 2 damage to me. This is all I've ever wanted.
Perfect. Yeah, Legacy Death Shadow plays, was it Snuff Out? That's like hit yourself for 4.
Yeah, but you don't have to pay the mana.
Right.
Yeah, but yeah, Snuff Out, which is an uncommon, which is like $20 now for some reason because of that one deck.
Yep.
No, Infernal Grasp is good. Artwork also super creepy, but
Yes.
all right. Next up,
Yeah.
a returning character.
Yeah, this is Gisa Glorious Resurrector. It's 2 black for a 4/4 legendary human wizard. If a creature an opponent controls would die, exile it instead. And at the beginning of your upkeep, put all creature cards exiled with Gisa onto the battlefield under your control. They gain Decayed. So I thought this card was interesting because I think everybody knows Kalidas was like one of my favorite cards and what kind of cemented me as being like a mid-range player. And this is a reasonable portion of Kalidas.
It is.
It's a 4 mana, 4/4 graveyard hate that gains advantage over time. So where Kalidas gave you like 2/2s that could either pump himself or, just serve as attackers or blockers or whatever, this lets you get a copy of things that your opponent was trying to kill you with, which is interesting.
Yeah, well, like, I don't know if Gisa does as good a job of stabilizing a board.
Yeah.
Where like Kalidas had lifelink.
Right.
So like it would like come down and like they couldn't make an attack in to get like 6 damage in because you were gonna gain 3 life, eat the thing and get a 2/2, and the next turn like you were gonna gain 5 life.
Right.
So, but like she's almost a more aggressive card. Like since the creatures have decayed, right? You're like you play her, you kill something, right? And then you just have like a one shot, like, take 6 because like you killed their 6, or you kill their Goldspan Dragon. You're like, take 4,
make a treasure,
right? And so like you end up like it ends up just being a more aggressive card in that regard, like where Kalidas was, I think, almost more defensive.
Yeah.
But it is really good. Like Decayed, like you couldn't just do this without Decayed.
Oh yeah, then it would just be better Scarab God.
It would just be ridiculous. Also, I love the fact that like doesn't Gisa in every one of her arts have a shovel?
She does, yeah.
Yeah, I just love that. It's just, she's like rocking a dress, holding a shovel.
That's right.
No, I think like
that's a pretty nasty cleaver she's got there too.
Yeah, I had noticed that. Yeah. Like now we have to answer the question for like standard, which is, do we get to play 4 mana 4/4s? Because
I don't know.
We've not been allowed to play a 4 mana 4/4 for a while now.
Well, I don't know. Questing Beast saw an awful lot of play.
Did it? So my like I haven't played standard in a while. I'm just thinking about like how standard like shifted to like ultimatum stuff.
Yeah.
And just got like I'm playing 2 mana flash things and counter spells, where I'm playing 7 drops that instantly win me the game.
Right.
And there wasn't any room for the questing beast type thing.
Yeah.
Right? Like we've got Field Trip and we have Quandrix Cultivator as like,
ways to ramp you.
Yeah, let's just skip the middle of the game and get to the big stuff.
Yeah.
I guess I don't know what the end game big stuff is.
Well, you get to play the new ultimatum.
What's the new ultimatum?
We'll get there. It's in green.
Okay. I think maybe I know what you mean. Okay. So like I think this card like is objectively powerful, but like does the format let it get played?
Yeah, and that I'm not sure of.
Yeah, because like I don't think like I think Questing Beast only got played like in the mono green Stompy deck, which was like trying to be a little bit bigger than like blue black and just like not care if they countered stuff because it was like I'm just a pile of 3 mana 4/4s.
Yeah.
One of these will stick, and then good things will happen.
Mhm.
And then tried to get under the go big decks. But like, you know, like just like again, the mid-range play that this card would encourage you to do, where it's like, oh, I have a deck full of creatures and removal spells. Right? Like I hope we get to do that. I would
We'll
like
see.
it.
I would also like it.
All right, next up. Oh. I also like the fact that the names are referring to places that like I vaguely know of from other sets. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh yeah.
This is a Jadar, Ghoul Caller of Nephalia, like Nephalia Drownyard, right? This is 2 mana for a 1/1 legendary human wizard. At the beginning of your end step, if you control no creatures with Decayed, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token with Decayed.
So this is different Ophiomancer. I don't want to say bad Ophiomancer, but different.
That was the one that made snakes.
It's a 3. It's 2 and a black for a 2/2. Make a 1/1 snake with Death Touch if you don't control any snakes.
Yeah.
Like I feel like Ophiomancer is better, but this does just give you a constant stream of fodder to sacrifice.
It gives you a constant way to pump your Champion of the Parish every turn.
It does. And it triggers on your end step. So you get to
swing with your Decayed stuff and then it goes away and then you replace it.
Yeah. But like you get it like the turn you play it.
Yeah.
Right. It's not like you have to wait till your upkeep. Like your zombie that can't block, like you said, is ready to attack the following turn.
Yeah.
I also like to think that he woke this zombie up with the Ghoul Caller spell.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And he woke up. No, I think this is good. Like it's weird that he's a human because you would want like this to be a zombie.
Yeah.
And like a deck with, you know, a zombie lord and stuff for him to also get pumped.
Yeah.
But all in all, like I think it like could fit in a zombie deck or just something where you like need fodder to sacrifice stuff all the time. Like here's always something that you can like, you know, have a creature to like feed to a village rites.
Yeah.
Or a deadly dispute or whatever.
Yep. Or a plum.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Oh, plum makes Decayed stuff pretty good, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
I didn't even think about plum.
Get to cash it all in.
Yeah.
Plum also works really well with this card.
It does. This is the Meat Hook Massacre.
A wild name.
Pretty awesome name. It's X black for a legendary enchantment. And when it enters the battlefield, each creature gets neg X until end of turn. And whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent loses a life. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, you gain a life. So it's kind of like a split up Blood Artist.
It's a split up Blood Artist attached to like a bad in air quote sweeper.
Yeah.
Well, so Infest or Cry the Carnary Name is 3 mana for neg 2.
Right.
This is 4 mana for neg 2. Right. Like Languish is 4 mana for neg 4. Right. So it's like the sweeper side of it is fine, but not great.
Yeah.
right? But then you do get this blood artist that you can't interact with the way you would interact with any of the other like cards in that deck.
Right.
So on one hand, not great that you that it's not a creature for those creature synergies, but also just makes it hard to deal with.
Yeah.
So we'll give credit to this. So like on Arena deck list, they had mentioned like, oh, like for the Vesperlark combo.
Right.
Right. Here is just like, hey, I play this on turn 2. You can't kill it. I combo you out on turn 3.
Yeah. One of the things that they had said is like this lets you play Blood Artist without having to be a Blood Artist deck, which makes a lot of sense. It lets you like build the deck differently. When you start like having a Blood Artist in your deck, you don't want Blood Artist to just be like a dead card until you find your combo. You need it to be something. And this lets you not have to build your deck that way, where this can be the only of this effect in your Vesperlark combo deck. Like the rest of your deck could be control, and Vesperlark combo like just kind of turns into Splinter Twin, where you play a control game until you assemble the combo and then you just win.
Yeah, and like it being a bad sweeper, it still is a sweeper.
Right.
Right. Like, and we were talking in the pre-show, like we both play like Orcus in our like
Rakdos deck
in like standard 2022. And Orcus is a worse sweeper than this.
Oh yeah.
Right. So like I would spend 5 mana with Orcus to get -1/-1.
Right.
And sometimes that's all I want to do and I win the game because I do it.
Yeah.
Right. This does that job better than like Orcus, which seems like reasonably playable, but then also has the backdoor of like, oh, I can just kill you by sacrificing stuff.
Yeah.
So like it's a weird card because it's like seemingly doing 2 like unrelated things.
Yeah.
Right. Where they go together because like, oh, you're gonna kill their creatures, you're gonna kill your creatures, but like the fact that it stays around, and the fact that like creature and yes, right. So the fact that like you gain a life for each creature they control that dies, right. Your control deck, you take a beating early on,
and then you stabilize
5, and you're like, kill 4 of your things, I'll gain 4 life, albeit
12.
13. 12, 13. You have no board. Cool. I guess we're done here.
Yeah.
You can never win now. So
it's a cool card. I dig it.
Yeah, no, it is. It is good.
Yep.
All right. So hello, Power Creep. How are you doing?
Yeah, pretty good. How are you?
Yeah. So Slaughter Specialist is 1 in a black for a vampire warrior. That's a 3/3.
A 3/3.
And it's 2022 or 2021, soon to be 2022. Yep. So we tried to balance it by giving it a downside. So when it comes into play, each opponent makes a 1/1 white human creature token. Okay. But also because it's 2021, we had to give it an upside too.
So it gets bigger for eating that token.
Yeah. So whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, put a +1/+1 counter on Slaughter Specialist.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
So this seems like ridiculously pushed.
Yeah. So I have in my notes here to tell all of you listening to this that if this is cheap, you need to pay attention and pick some up. I think Vampire Aggro is pretty close just in this set. And we are only going to get more in the next set. So any of these random vampire pieces that look remotely playable, when they dip because the deck isn't quite there yet, you need to pick them up. And this card in particular really isn't going to see play, I don't think, outside of like whatever this vampire aggro deck is. But if this card comes out and isn't getting put into any deck lists and ends up being a quarter, and then when Crimson Vow comes out and this is a 4 of and the best aggro deck in the format, and all of a sudden is $3, then you just made out like a bandit.
Yeah. Also, this into like Meat Hook Massacre.
Oh yeah, that's great.
Right now you have a Blood Artist effect that anytime they have to block your the following turn, your 4/4 that you paid 2 mana for, they lose you gain a life as they as their board gets whittled away,
right?
And you're also doing other things to apply pressure.
Yep.
Right. Like now, where this card kind of falls down is, let's say you play I think we're going to talk about it. The red 2/1.
Yeah.
Right. Like the 1/1 that you give your opponent is a real downside.
It is.
Right. Because it can trade with it. But like if you go like to older formats, like from Ixalan, the Vampire Lord on 2, right? So you play like a 1 mana 2/1, you play the Lord, and then you play this. Like now it's not a downside. You're just like, all right, you've got to kill one of these things.
Yeah, I mean, you can also swing before you make the 1/1.
Yeah. And they just can't take 3 over and over and over again.
Right. Yeah.
Remember the 2 mana?
Ask any Delver player how many times your opponent can take 3.
Yeah. Remember all the 2 mana like 4/3s that we got that were like discard a card?
Right.
Or
when it dies, your opponent makes 2 treasures.
Yeah. It's like, oh, this is awful. This is just like, this seems playable.
Yeah.
We've come a long way.
Yes, for sure.
All right. Now to red.
Yep.
This card is unreasonably good.
Right? That's the same thing I thought.
This card is unreasonable.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm talking about Cathartic Pyre.
Yeah.
This is 1 in the red for an instant.
It's an instant.
Cathartic Pyre deals 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker. Or you can discard up to 2 cards and then draw that many cards. So like it's literally never dead.
Right.
It has the like modes of reasonable removal spell.
Yep.
Plus can also just be you were up to no good.
Yeah, so this is like this set's Fire Prophecy, Scorching Dragonfire, Dragon's Approach, whatever, like the 2 mana 3 damage removal spell. This is the one for this set at instant speed, and it also tacks on like some portion of Faithless Looting, but you don't have to, like, you can choose how many cards. Like if you only have 1 other card in your hand, you can still cast this, whereas like Cathartic Reunion was the version of this that was just 2 mana, like discard 2, draw 3, but you could never cast it unless you had 2 other cards in your hand. This you can have 1 other card and still make use of it if it's kind of a dead card.
Yeah,
this hits planeswalkers. Like those removal spells don't hit planeswalkers.
Yeah, it's so good. Like you just don't understand the ability to think about all of the like unburial rights, like discard some stuff, then like Nivix Mastery, or bring back the stupid Sphinx and then like cast a big spell, right? Sometimes on turn 2 you were getting beat down and you just like wish you could kill a creature.
Right.
This does that. Other times it's just like, oh, I guess I'll do my combo stuff. Yeah. And I'll just discard some cards and draw some cards. Right? Like the fact that it has that flexibility. It's like, think about a braid. Now a braid has
Yeah.
flexibility because it fills like 2 slots in a sideboard. It's
Yeah.
your creature removal slot and your artifact removal slot. But like this is your creature removal spot plus your like
Card
filtering
selection.
/ like, you know, combo. Like this is your combo enabler for graveyard combo stuff.
Yeah.
And it also kills something. Like this feels like it almost could take like spots away from like Cathartic Reunion.
I think so. Yeah.
Like in Dredge.
Yeah.
Right. Or what was that stupid card?
Tormenting Voice.
Or Thrill of Discovery? Because the
Oh
white,
yeah. Yeah.
right? So it's like, so I don't have to torture my mana.
Right.
And I get the protection of like I discard the cards after the spell. I know the spell resolves.
Right.
I get one less card, but I have the flexibility of like I can kill your Voidwalker game 1.
Yeah, whereas you wouldn't be able to otherwise.
Yeah. So like I have a way to answer your Voidwalker. Still can't answer your stupid Invec creature that's pro red. But I can answer your Voidwalker, or I can like actually play my combo game.
Yep.
Right? Like that's just not okay.
No, this card is very good. It's kind of cool that like a lot of these cards we're talking about aren't necessarily rares or mythics too. It's kind of nice for a change.
Yeah. Hey, here we go. Falcon Rampage Fighter. What does this one do? I think I already spoiled it, but
yeah, it's a single red mana for a 2/1 vampire warrior. And you can pay 1 in a red and discard a card and sacrifice a vampire to draw 2 cards, but only if an opponent has lost life this turn. So again, pay attention to vampire aggro. If this is cheap, pick them up. That card, or that almost certainly will be a deck, and I don't think all of the pieces are quite there for it yet.
Yeah. Yeah, and like 1 mana 2/1s are just good.
Yeah, I mean, that's what every mono red deck wants ever.
Yeah.
Like, was it Shadows? We had a Falcon Wrath Gorger. There was a red mana for a 2/1 that gave your vampires madness, but the decks that played it didn't play any like discard spells. They just played it because it was a Jackal Pup.
Yeah, no, this is like where this could like live. Even if the vampire deck doesn't happen over the course of 2 years, probably a mono red deck will happen.
Yeah, well, I have a feeling the vampire deck will happen. There's another card that we're going to talk about that's going to push it right over the edge.
Yes, I agree.
Yep.
All right, Light Up the Night, which, okay, like, help me out real quick. Sure. I'm looking at a great big picture of Chandra.
Right.
Did they have a Chandra Planeswalker? Did I miss it?
She was in the story, I guess, from what I heard.
So she was in the story. There was also another Planeswalker that I saw in one of the cards, and I'm like, yo, this person's not in not a card either.
Yeah, Kaya, I think, is in the story, but not Kaya in the set.
Like usually it was like, yo, if we put like a Planeswalker like in a card, they are a card.
Well, I mean, they're saving the Mardu Planeswalkers for the vampire set because those are vampire colors.
Fair. Okay, so I guess we do get 2 Innistrad sets. So I guess that works out.
And also, like this thing in front of Chandra is like a person with pig ears. Is that what that is?
No, I think that's like her skirt going past him. I think it's just a dude.
No, it looks like a pig ear.
Yes, it kind of does. It's about to get roasted.
Yeah.
But all right, so Light Up the Night. Now we've done our little art and story sideline here. Is red and an X for a sorcery.
Yep.
Light Up the Night deals X damage to any target. It deals X +1 instead if that target is a creature or a planeswalker.
Okay, so it's kind of Banefire.
Kind of oh gosh, I had the name of it and I forget it. Remember the card from Cons that was X deal X +2? Like red and X deal X +2.
Oh yeah.
Right,
I don't remember what it was called though.
Yeah, where it like had the fallback of like shock.
Yeah,
but also it could like be an Expo.
Right.
So this like has the fallback of just like a ping, a needle drop basically, or I can't think of like a
Yeah.
1 damage red spell.
Was it Spikefield Caverns or whatever?
Spikefield Hazard. There we go.
Yeah, that's it.
So it's Spikefield Hazard, but then it also is Banefire.
Yeah.
But there's more.
There is more.
3 flashback for 3 in a red. Remove X loyalty counters from among planeswalkers you control. If you cast this spell, X can't be 0.
Mhm.
And then you just dome them for how many loyalty counters are on your planeswalkers.
Right. I don't like this needs to see if this is going to see play, it's going to be in some sort of big red deck.
Mhm.
And big red decks need like a big red planeswalker to fuel them. Now,
Mhm.
there was a big red planeswalker in Adventures in the Forgotten Realms, but I have no idea what it's called or what it does. So I'm assuming it's not very good.
2 red. I don't know what the loyalty is, but +1 is your creatures get +1/+0 in haste. 0, it makes it a devil. Or 2.
Okay.
I think it makes a devil. Right. When it dies, it deals 1.
Yeah.
I don't know what the minus was.
But
It
those
wasn't
aren't like abilities that want to be in a big red deck, though.
No, it wasn't very good.
Yeah. So this probably needs like a big Chandra to obviously, judging by the artwork, that's what it wants. But like this card reads that way also, where it just wants a big Chandra to drain out and like finish your opponent off. So
Yeah.
we'll see where it sits after next set.
You could also see this in like, remember years ago now, like Gruul monsters.
Mhm.
Right? Like you have like you've got Ren and 7 that we're gonna talk about, I'm sure.
Yep.
You've got what's his name? Goldspan Dragon.
Mhm.
Right. Like if you can get to those, if there's ways to ramp to those those things, right? Now you're doing like big powerful things a turn or 2 early.
Yeah.
And like Ren's gonna let you put Light Up the Night in your graveyard.
Yeah.
And then like, I'll kill my Ren and my Chandra and 13 you.
Yep.
And then you just win the game that way. So no, it probably doesn't have a home now.
Yeah.
But in the future it could. But I think you're right. It does. It's just not a rawly powerful card. Like Fireball's not a playable constructed card anymore.
Right.
And this is basically just Fireball.
Well, like Banefire saw some play while it was legal in Standard.
It did.
And Conflagrate sees play in Dredge. And this is like some amalgamation of the two.
Yeah. Like, but
like I know Conflagrate's different because you can like fill your hand up with Life from the Loam, but
I was gonna say that the difference is like Conflagrate, you're using a resource you always have.
Yeah.
In theory, which
true.
is like your hand.
Yeah.
Where this is you have to play another card to get the resource that you need to feed it.
That's true.
Which makes it harder.
Yeah.
Right. Where like, Conflagrate, you're like worst case scenario, you get to draw 1 resource every turn that you could feed to your Conflagrate without doing anything else in your deck. But if it is a situation where you are getting to play like a big planeswalker or 2, then this just becomes like kill you.
Yeah.
Then I think that is super interesting, where you just get to like finish someone off from 10 or 12 or whatever.
Yeah.
All right. Play with fire.
Yeah, you want to talk about some power creep?
Yeah. Shock's been good since when?
Forever.
No, Shock wasn't in the Shock was Fixed Lightning Bolt. Right? Because
yeah.
It's the Goblin getting fried was the first time it was printed.
Yeah. And like Odyssey or something.
Or Stronghold.
Yeah, one of those.
I don't know. Yeah. So basically forever, Shock's been A-okay.
Yep.
Now we have Play with Fire. So Play with Fire is a red for an instant. Play with Fire deals 2 damage to any target. Sounds a lot like Shock.
Yep.
if a player is dealt damage this way, scry 1.
Awesome.
So it is, again, strictly better shock.
Yeah. And like in a burn deck where you would want, whatever the set's shock is, clearing the top of your deck from a not a burn spell is what you want to do anyway.
Yeah, right. Like, it might not be the best use, but like you keep a 1-lander.
Yeah.
And you're like, I'm going to play with fire my opponent at the end of their turn.
Yeah.
To try to find a land.
Right. Or if you've got 2 of these, you hit them at the end of their turn. If you don't see a land, you do it during your upkeep.
Yeah, just to make sure you have a land.
Yep.
And then like later in the game, like you said, it's like, well, they're at 5. This will put them to 3. And then I can put a land to the bottom. I can put a not deal 3 to the bottom.
Right.
And then, yeah, like it's just shock, but better.
Mm-hmm. But better. Worse art, but
yeah, definitively worse art. Like, not a fan, but all right.
We have Raise the Effigy. Is a red mana for an instant, and it's modal. You get to choose one. You either destroy target artifact, or you give an attacking creature +2/+2 till end of turn.
Yeah.
So I kind of think this would fill like a similar role that would we have Embereth's Shieldbreaker in Throne. Like this is kind of that where you bring it in and out of the sideboard if there's some artifacts that you want to hate, and fail case is it makes one of your nerds bigger.
Yeah, like it gets you through, or it like saves a creature in combat.
Yeah,
right? Where it's almost never dead, right? If you're
it's a utility spell that's never dead.
Yeah, if you're a red aggressive deck, it's like you said, I need a shatter, but they didn't draw their artifact that I'm worried about.
Right.
But 2 more damage kills them.
Right.
I guess I have that 2 damage in my hand. Right. Like again, this is one of those. It's like this could almost be like eternal playable, right? Like if you're like
close.
A red aggressive deck in like older formats, you're just like, well, I like the idea of having a shatter for 1 less mana.
Right.
But I also like the idea of sometimes just pumping my guy. Okay, yeah, well, I'll play this.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, they're also at like not Burning Man, almost like Burning Dog. or Burning Werewolf.
It's a Wicker Wolf.
Nicolas Cage is there.
That's right.
Yeah. All right. We have our Phoenix for the set.
Yeah, I think this is a good one too.
All right. So what do we got?
It's a Sunstreak Phoenix, 2 red for a 4/2 flying Phoenix. If it's neither day nor night, it becomes day as it enters the battlefield. And whenever day becomes night or night becomes day, you pay 1 in a red. And if you do, return it from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. This is probably the best Phoenix we've had since Rekindling Phoenix. I think.
Maybe.
No?
So I guess we haven't any. I don't know. What was the Escape Phoenix was good. It was different in fact. It was like expensive, but
it went in a different deck than this does, though, I think.
Yeah. Like you're seeing this as like a mid-rangey value kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like I guess like Rekindling Phoenix. Like the fact that it came back with haste was a big deal.
That's true.
Right? Like, like this comes back, let's say at the beginning of your opponent's turn, right?
Mm-hmm.
You cast 2 spells, you have up 2 mana still. This comes back, and then they get to attack around it. And like then it's susceptible to any kind of sorcery speed removal. Because it has to be on the battlefield. Right. Like if it comes back on your turn, it doesn't get to attack or block.
Right.
It comes back on their turn, it gets to attack on your turn. So like I think it is good as like you're thinking like okay, I'm gonna trade this thing off on turn 4.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe on turn 6, it'll go day to night and I'll get to get it back.
Yeah.
And then I'll get to trade it off again. But like Rekindling Phoenix, since it got haste, like it could also close the game faster.
Yeah, like Rekindling Phoenix, you could stop with a second removal spell or a sweeper or something, though. And this you
Yeah.
can't. Or like, was it Chain Whirler or whatever? Like cleaned up
Yeah, got the
the
egg.
elemental. Like this has to be Graveyard Hate, where
It does.
Rekindling Phoenix was vulnerable to both.
Yeah. So, no,
I thought it was pretty good.
It is. It is. It's just hard because like I don't feel like we've been able to play this kind of Magic for a long time.
I know, but I love this kind of Magic.
I know, but it's just like, what are we allowed to play?
Yeah.
And I don't know, which makes it hard.
Yep.
All right, I guess we are to green now.
We're into green. We're at like the 2/3 mark, I think.
We're at the 2/3 mark.
Maybe 3/4.
I haven't even looked to see how long it is. All right, let's see how long it is for everyone at home. They already know. Okay, we're at 2 hours.
All right.
Settle in, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
Pack a snack. All right. Augur of Autumn. 1 green for a 2/3. You can look at the top card of your library at any time. You may play cards from the top of you may play lands from the top of your library. So, Courser of Kruphix.
Without the gain life, but yeah.
Without the game,
basically.
Yeah. But it has Coven.
It does.
As long as you control 3 creatures, 3 or more creatures with different powers, you can cast creature spells from the top of your library. So, it is like, what was Realm Walker?
Yeah.
Crossed with Courser.
Yes.
I mean, if you can turn on Coven, like it's very good.
Mm-hmm.
It does.
Well, I mean, 3 mana, 2/3, like draw a land every 3rd turn is pretty good.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, it's. I should say it is great if you can both land and Coven, right? Because presumably you're a creature heavy deck. So like when you get in that awkward like Courser thing where like you would like play a land off the top and see a land.
Yeah.
And then you would draw a card and there'd be a spell on top. And
right.
You're like, I really wish I could play a card off of my Courser. This would let you clear that top card and then maybe get your land.
Right.
Right. Then it's just like, oh, I'm drawing 2 cards a turn off the top of my deck.
Yeah.
I guess I can't lose ever.
Yep.
I think like it's missing like one thing that you could do with Realm Walker is like it could be how you rebuild after a sweeper.
Yeah.
Where you're like, oh hey, like I'm elves and I got swept, but I can Realm Walker and then maybe play 2 elves off the top and now I have a deck.
Yeah, you can't do that with this.
Yeah, because you have to have the battlefield to then build your battlefield.
Yeah.
But just like, you know, the playing the lands off the top is a reasonable strategy.
And also this doesn't say play with the top card of your library revealed.
This is true.
So you look at it, not your opponent. You're not giving away information.
Yeah. This is a card that, again, like, you know, pro tip on playing it. Like you play this card on turn 4, like almost exclusively, because you want to try to hit that land off the top.
Yeah, you want to get your card out of it.
Yeah. And like Corsa was a 2/4.
Yeah.
Which like in this set would be like really good.
Yes.
Because there's so many 3/2s running around. So this still trades with a lot of stuff, but I don't think that's like a huge knock on it.
Yeah.
Again, like if we could play the kind of Magic where like a Courser mattered, that would be great. That would be great. That'd be so much fun.
I think this card's interesting though.
It is. It is like its fail case is still like something that has been a playable card. And when it's like fully powered up, it's just kind of bonkers.
Yes.
All right, what's this one here?
It's not Tireless Tracker.
It's more of a tired tracker.
Yeah, this is Briar Bridge Tracker. 2 and a green for a 2/3 human scout with vigilance. When it enters the battlefield, investigate, which means you make a clue token. And as long as you control a token, Briarbridge Tracker gets +2/+0. So it's when it enters the battlefield, it's 3 mana 4/3 with vigilance.
Yeah. So we talked about green Stompy.
Yep.
Yeah, this high green Stompy card. Like this just goes in like a green Stompy deck.
Yeah.
Like now there's a ton of like competition at the 3 mana slot.
Yeah, it seems to be the choke point for the mono green decks.
But like I don't know if you like this plus what's he called? Old Growth Troll.
Yeah.
Right, you just have all these 3 mana 4 powered things that replace themselves. And you just, oh, you swept me. Oh, boo-hoo. I guess I'll make another 4/4 and then still have a card like in the bank for later.
Right.
Right. So like it just feels like green's just gonna have all these big things that you can just never work your way through.
Yeah.
Right. With like pack leader.
Yep.
Like, oh, I got to attack with 2 things. Oh, I guess I get to draw a card.
Right.
It just seems like those decks are just never gonna run out of gas and have perfect mana.
Yep.
So yeah, no, I think this card is good.
Yep. It's not like it plays a different game than Tireless Tracker did.
It does. It's
Tireless Tracker was a mid-range card, and this is more of like a stompy aggro card.
Yeah, where like you get free rolled getting the card back, and you never have to like. And again, like in my Old Growth Troll example, right? You can like if you sacked the clue and then brought back an Old Growth Troll with one of these out, then you have a token from the Old Growth Troll.
Right.
So this is still a 4/3.
Yep.
So it doesn't have to be the clue.
Right.
All right. Sereth?
Yeah. Sereth the Viper's Fang. It's a 2 green for a 3/4 human warlock. And when you read this card, it looks like an EDH card.
Yes.
But I don't think it is. It says other tapped creatures you control have death touch. Other untapped creatures you control have hexproof. And you can pay 1 and tap it to untap another target creature or a land you control. So we had a couple people in Discord talking about the Finn the Fangbearer deck.
Yes, that's what I was thinking was Finn. Yeah.
Yeah. Was it the hood, Deathblade hood or hooded
Blade Fang?
Yeah, that's the one. And that's rotating out. So you needed like another death touch thing. Mm-hmm. And I think this is another way to make Finn good for that death touch deck, where it just makes all your attackers have death touch, plus it protects like anything that's not attacking, and then also does a reasonable like mom impression.
Yeah.
When it's not attacking itself, it can save something from like a removal spell or whatever.
Well, I almost feel like it would never attack, right? So you could keep.
Yeah, no, yeah, I don't think it would.
Right. Yeah. So you just are like, okay, this always has to eat a removal spell.
Yeah.
Before anything else can.
Yep.
And then like even then, they untap a creature, and I'm assuming many of their creatures will have death touch anyway.
Right.
And then so then you can't attack.
Mm-hmm.
With this, like, could you make like a tribal like double strike deck?
Oh, maybe that'd be interesting.
Where you're like you play this with like you're like with your Finn or whatever, and you're just like and it's like if you don't block, you just take 10 infect right now.
Yeah.
Like I don't know what colors that has to be.
It'll have to be either red or white, so you get the whatever that guy is.
We get the core guy, Duel Master, or Duel or what?
The one that saw play in Winota. The hybrid.
Oh yeah. I was thinking that would definitely do it.
Yeah.
But I was thinking like there's the one in the white 1/1 that has double strike.
Oh yeah.
That like gives all crypt creatures double strike, and then you also have I think they have like a new fencing master in this set that has something that has double strike, and then like disturbs into something. But yeah, like where you just try to like lean into Finn and like double strike. Yeah, but no, this is interesting.
Yeah.
We have learned that cards that read like commander cards are busted. Speaking of cards that read like commander cards, did you hear they banned Golos in Commander?
I did. The commander card that was too good for every format, including commander.
Yes. Yes, I guess we can't play this in anything really. Cool.
Hey, I mean, the C's playing vintage, so
It does. It does. There are legacy decks built around Golosing.
yep.
So there we go. All right. Is this your
This is your ultimatum.
my ultimatum?
Yeah.
It's a little spin the wheelie, but yes, it is kind of an ultimatum. Storm the Festival. 3 green, green, green. Look at the top 5 cards of your libraries. Put up to 2 permanent cards with mana value 5 or less from among them onto the battlefield. And then put the rest on the bottom. And it has flashback for 7 green, green, green.
Yep.
I mean, it's really hard to miss.
Yeah.
Like it's either like a really bad ramp spell or like you put 10 mana worth of stuff on the battlefield.
Right. And then you get to do it again.
Yeah, if it's a really bad ramp spell, you just get to do it again.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. I remember Master of the Unseen.
The manifest thing?
No, maybe it's the wrong card.
Mastery of the Unseen was 1 and a white and lets you manifest
so
things.
It was like 4 green, green. Look at the top 6. Put a permanent. Play.
Unwritten.
See the unwritten.
See the unwritten. Yep.
And then if you had ferocious, you got to like put 2 or something.
Yeah.
Like I remember trying to make that card work.
That card worked. I played the hell out of that card.
But it didn't have like the mana value restriction.
Right.
Right. If it didn't have the mana value restriction, A+ good times.
Yeah.
But it is like
I was using that to find Doomwake Giants.
Doomwake Giants. There we go. Was he like Doomwake Giant? Was that 6 or was that 5?
5.
Okay, so you could Doomwake Giant with a Storm the Festival.
Yep.
Yeah, like I guess I don't know what the 5s you'd like put in. Like Doomwake Giant was a 5 you could put in and then catch yourself up.
Yeah.
There's not like a Massacre Girl, is there? Or something similar?
I'm not sure.
That could like come in and like, stabilize your board.
Yeah, I don't know.
But like,
I mean, that's kind of what we said about that card that got banned from Throne.
card that got
Yeah.
Fire?
Fires. Said that card's only good if there's good 5-drops. And it turns out it didn't matter how good the 5-drops were.
They were free. Yeah. Yeah, I guess if you got like 2 Cavaliers.
Yeah.
Like this would be great. So yeah, we'll have to see because like maybe just 2 5s is enough. And like even if you're
This hits Planeswalkers, so you get like Renin 7.
Is Renin 7/5?
Yeah.
Okay.
3 green green. Yeah, if you cast this and hit Renin 7 and LOL, like you're in a pretty good spot.
Well, I was thinking you're blue green and like you like hit Quandrix Cultivator.
Yeah, that too.
Right? Like that's not like the thing you want to do, but it's like here's a blocker that gets me a land and then I get something else.
Yeah.
And by the way, now I'm like closer to doing this in the following turn.
Yeah.
So yeah, like it could. I guess it depends on the counter spells. Right?
Mhm.
The fact that it's a sorcery, like if you just do it and it gets countered, then you feel super dumb.
Yeah.
But I guess like that's just you could say the same thing for the ultimatums, and then it just didn't matter.
Right.
So yeah.
The ultimatums you couldn't cast a second time.
Yeah. Yeah. So this could get there because like Ren is a good hit. Same with Lolth,
Yeah.
or even like not that you'd want to like be able to play Kaya, but like even like Kaya is reasonable.
Yeah.
All right. Willowgeist.
Yeah, I thought this card was kind of unique. Maybe not so much for standard, but we'll see. This is a green mana for a 1/1 Tree Folk Spirit. It has trample. That's right, a 1/1 trample. And whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, put a 1/1 counter on Willowgeist. And then when Willowgeist dies, you gain life equal to its power. This is just kind of nuts with delve creatures, right?
No.
Why not?
So you would get one counter.
Oh, or more. Yeah.
Okay, so you don't get to like, Gurmag and like put 5 counters on it.
Yeah.
But it's good with Scavenging Ooze.
Oh, that's true.
It's also good with our 1 on the white 3/2.
Yeah. Exiles
Like,
a card whenever it attacks. Yep.
Or when it comes into play. So like let's
Yep.
say they have like an Evolving Wilds.
Yeah.
For some reason. They're like, crack my Evolving Wilds. And you're like, okay, cool. Put in my thing, eat your land.
Yep.
And then like
it's also good with the dragon from Kaldheim. Immersed Predator.
Yes. Ooh, you can Jund him out.
You can Jund him out. When in doubt, Jund him out.
He got your Tarmogoyf?
Yeah.
1 less mana? Yeah, hey. Yeah. I think this, like, it takes work, but I think it could be good.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here we go. Ren and 7. We've talked about this before. Just one more quick time.
Mm-hmm.
Ren is a planeswalker who wears trees as mechs.
Basically.
Ren and 6 was his 6th tree mech.
I think it's a she.
She? Okay.
Yeah.
I tried to like not gender them the first time, and then I said his. But
No,
I tried.
I think it's a she.
Okay. And then this is her 7th tree mech.
Right.
So yeah. Why this isn't like the Tree of Perdition? Or
it totally should have been.
It should have
Tree
been.
of Redemption.
Tree of Redemption. Get at us. Why isn't it Ren and 13? But whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I thought it should have been. When I saw the art, that's because the art was spoiled before the card was. Yeah. And I totally, because of like the red leaves and stuff, I totally thought it was going to be one of the trees.
All right. So, apparently now everyone gets 4 abilities as a planeswalker. That's just a thing we do more frequently now.
Sure. Okay. That old 5 mana planeswalker template needs to be updated for fire design.
It does. It does. Is it hot enough? I don't know. Give it an extra ability. All right. So 3 green for a 5 loyalty planeswalker Ren. All right. Reveal the top 4 cards of your library. Put all land cards revealed this way into your hand and the rest in the graveyard. 0. Put any number of lands from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. -3. Create a green tree folk creature token with reach, and this creature has power and toughness equal to the number of lands you control. Mm-hmm. And then -8. Return all permanent cards from your graveyard to your hand, and you get an emblem that says you have no max hand size. So the +1 really wants you to play like flashback cards.
Yes, it wants you to be able to use whatever you're putting in your graveyard.
Yeah. The -3 secretly just reads like block a Goldspan Dragon.
Yeah, I mean it protects itself.
Yeah,
it's probably gonna be a 5/5.
Mm-hmm. And
with
it has
reach. Yeah,
it gets to eat Goldspan Dragon.
Yep.
And then like the -8 is kind of just win the game.
I don't know that you ever like even really get to -8, but yeah, it basically is win the game.
You may
like
not.
you're gonna make a 5/5 with reach and then bounce back and forth between 1 and 0 until something deals with your 5/5 with reach.
Yeah.
Oh, the token grows.
The token grows. It's a star.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not fixed.
Holy moly.
I mean, your play pattern could be like -3 +1 -3, and just get 2 giant
Could be.
trees. Yeah, I think it's good being like, it almost feels like it should be 6 mana.
Yeah.
Right. So like, let me see here. We have Jace on Zendikar with 4 abilities.
Yes.
We have like, was it 7 mana green black Garrick?
Yep.
When the entire story was centered around 7 mana green black Garrick.
Right. I love that card.
We have Chandra with 4 abilities from when the entire set was about Chandra and her parents.
Right.
On Kaladesh.
Yep.
And then we just have Ren and 7. Like, did I miss one?
There wasn't there a Lily Dreadhorde General? Did that have 4 abilities?
Did she have 4?
I think there was a Lily that had 4 abilities.
Plus, then sack, and then minus was sack 2 creatures. Maybe there was.
Oh, it has static ability. I guess it doesn't really count.
Yeah. But yeah, it just seems like stories about Jace, stories about Garrick, stories about Chandra.
There was a Bolas with 4 abilities.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Story was all about Bolas.
Yeah.
It was Bolas becoming a god, give him an extra ability. And he costs like 8 mana. So like, this could be like the top of your like green deck. Like, again, like, this is the thing you can like slow co into, is as people are calling the break into the festival.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I think like,
this is a mid-range card if I ever saw one, but it's also kind of a ramp card. Like, if there's a Simic, lands matter rampy deck, this is everything you want to do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's World Waker good. Probably
not, or it's definitely not like Nissa who shakes the world good.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's what I meant with shakes the world. I think this
World Waker was also good.
Yeah. This is probably better than World Waker though, but this is better. I think this is better than the 5 mana Viv that saw a bunch of play.
Oh yeah. That like plus, and you like got a creature or a land.
Yeah, and you nagged and like killed a flyer or something.
Flyer, enchantment, or artifact. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I think this is better than that.
Yeah, like on an empty board, I think it just kind of runs away with the game. Mm-hmm. But it does do a good job of protecting itself, because it does make a really big token.
Yeah, it stabilizes you.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know what else we could want from it. It is awkward that you just put the lands in your hand. Like, that's usually what you don't want to do. But
well, right, but then you put them all into play.
Yeah, but you do want to like somehow get value out of the cards going to your graveyard. Either like you play things with flashback or ways to get those cards back other than like the -8.
Right.
Like, you want to make sure you can get value out of those cards going to your graveyard. Because like if you're drawing 2 lands and then air quotes drawing 2 spells because they have flashback.
Yeah.
Then you're doing it.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
We're also still going to have the Agadeem's Awakening in standard.
Oh yeah, where you could just like use it to like get a bunch of.
So you play this on 5 and plus it, put some nerds in the bin, and then on 6 you put all the lands in your hand into play, and then cast a giant Agadeem's Awakening.
Well, they go into and play tapped.
Oh yeah, that's right.
You have to wait a turn.
Yeah.
But yeah, you could like wait a turn. Like if you went like, +0 and then plus to try to fill your graveyard, and then like, do it for like 8, right? Where X equals 5.
Yeah.
Get back like 3 creatures or something, like then you'd be in a good way.
Yeah. You could also plus and then Blood on the Snow. Get back something you put in the bin.
Oh yeah, like that might be the way to go.
Yeah.
right? You plus, then you blood on the snow, and then the next like you like plus if if he's not gonna die or she's not gonna die, and then you even if it does, you just like blood on the snow, kill everything, bring it back, make a tree.
Yeah.
And then like profit.
Yep.
Okay, what's up next? Colorless cards.
Just the one.
Just the one colorless card.
Yep. This isn't a card I would have picked to talk about. This
Okay.
was a listener request. It's the Celestis. It's a 3-mana legendary artifact. If it's neither day nor night, it becomes day as the Celestis enters the battlefield, and you can tap it for a mana of any color. You can also pay 3 and tap it to cycle between day or night as a sorcery. And whenever it changes from day to night or night to day, you gain a life and you can loot.
Yeah.
So I don't think that a 3-mana mana rock is where any deck really wants to be. And I don't know how relevant like having to pay 3 mana to cycle between day and night is.
So I think it's so if you think about it as so like for like Historic Brawl, right? There's a lot of 3-mana mana rocks that get played there.
Yeah.
And then your 3-mana mana rock has 3 tap loot, gain a life.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how great. I mean, it might be fine for Historic Brawl. I don't know how great it is.
Yeah, I think it might be like a Brawl like commander thing.
Yeah.
Just because like when you draw the wrong side of your deck, just being able to like get through it.
Yeah.
And there are some sketch mana rocks that you do end up playing.
Yeah.
Like I played Mana Geode for a while.
Oh, that's a stinker.
It is. But I could see it there, but I don't think it's a standard card unless again, like we're not thinking of something that just goes giant.
Right.
Oh, also, what was the Light Up the Night? Was that it? The like planeswalker like fireball?
Yeah.
Ren. You put it Ren puts it in your graveyard, and then you pay 3 in a red, and you like murk your Ren, and you deal 6.
That's true.
Like plus, then like make a tree. The next turn, like plus attack.
Yeah.
And then like 5 you or something, or however that works out for you. Or if you have another planeswalker or something, so that could be a use for that. Because like it'll gain loyalty relatively quickly.
Yeah.
Okay. Multicolored cards. This one was mine. 1, kitties. So this is
what's that cat eating?
I don't want to know. Is it hopefully it's just tacos. But
we'll call it tacos.
Okay. So Can't Stay Away is black-white for a sorcery. Return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. It gains if this creature would die, exile it instead. You know what has mana value 3 or less?
What's that?
Storm Herald.
Oh yeah.
And it has flashback for 3 white-black. Now, this pushes you into white, right? Which not good. I already looked at the biggest white
enchantments.
Not a good selection.
Okay.
But right, you always had this tension of, okay, if I draw my Storm Herald, I want to mill really hard to get enchantments, right? But then there were times where you didn't have your Storm Herald, and right, you had your reanimation spell, and you're like, well, I guess I'm gonna mill hard and try to do that. Here, like you can just mill really hard all the time because you can flip both parts into your graveyard.
Yeah.
And be able to get back your compo piece.
Like that deck really didn't get to 5 mana that often though.
It didn't. But just saying.
Yeah.
Also, it also gives you the So I started playing for a while. Revival something.
Mhm.
The white black hybrid, return a creature, mana cost 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield.
Yeah.
Because it was 2 mana instead of 3.
Yeah.
I was only casting it for black, but it would give you the chance to like Stitcher Supplier, mill extra cards on turn 3.
Yeah.
And then play a reanimation spell. So like this does give the opportunity to play your reanimation spell like when and do something else.
Yeah.
I played Thoughtseize, so like it could let you like Thoughtseize, make sure the coast was clear, and then play your reanimation spell.
Mm-hmm.
So this was my thought is, if there's a Storm Herald deck, this is another way to like be able to like get both halves in the graveyard and never have to worry about it. Like the games where you have like only things to mill your deck, but you don't have either piece.
Right.
Then you just are like, it doesn't matter. I'll like chump block and do whatever and eventually get there.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I thought of when I saw this. I wish it
Yeah.
was black green and make my life easier.
Yes.
But no, I can't have I can't have nice things.
No. No toys.
No toys. And it's a rare, which seems like over the top, but whatever.
Yeah, I mean, this card could have been an uncommon.
Yes, I like thought it was an uncommon. I just realized it was a rare.
Yeah.
Right. But again, Katie's.
Yeah.
All right.
This next card's an uncommon.
Yes. Yes. What does this do?
This is Faithful Mending. It is a white and a blue for an instant. You gain 2 life, draw 2 cards, discard 2 cards, and it flashes back for 1 white blue. So it's like color shifted Faithless Looting that also gains you 2 life.
Yeah, so the fact that it's 2 then 3 makes it a little bit harder.
Yeah.
Right? Like Faithless Looting was great because it was 1.
Right.
Being 2 colors, also a drawback, but
being the wrong colors is a drawback also. A lot of the decks that wanted looting like were red.
Yes. I was gonna say, but if you think about what's been happening, okay, what happened in Historic before they put like, a quarter of Modern Horizons 2 into Historic, right? Was there are a lot of like Jeskai colored decks that were like Faithless Looting,
yeah,
or to fill the graveyard to like do combo stuff,
mm-hmm.
right? And a lot of them were Jeskai colored.
Yeah.
Right. So this is just like, if you have Faithless Looting, Faithful Mending, and Prismari Command.
Yeah, that's an awful lot of looting.
I promise you will find your pieces that you need to have in your graveyard. Right?
Yeah.
And if you're like looting, then mending, gain 2 life to keep you alive against aggro. And now you've got looting or mending to flash back on 3 or cast your Prismari Command. Like, it feels like you just like, oh, I drew Prismari Command, so I guess I'll loot and kill your creature. So now I definitely know I'll get to like Mystic's Mastery on turn 4. Okay, cool. So like it feels like it just gives a lot of redundancy to those decks.
Mm-hmm.
Now, granted, they're probably not nearly as good as Throes of Chaos, but like for those best of 1 like graveyard combo decks, like this just seems like the perfect thing. Chef's kiss.
I figured you'd like that one.
Yeah.
Made sure it was on here for you.
I think my mic has just slid slowly further and further into frame.
Yeah, I see it every once in a while. It pokes in.
Yeah, that's all right. Oh my gosh, he talks into a mic. Yes, he does. How that works.
It's not
all
magic.
Right. This is the vampire that you think's gonna like do the thing, right?
This is the vampire that I think's gonna do the thing.
All right, so
this is Florian Voldaren Scion. 1 black-red for a 3/3 legendary vampire. It has first strike. And at the beginning of your post-combat main phase, look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the total amount of life your opponent's lost this turn. exile one of them, put the rest in the bottom of your library, and you can play the exiled card this turn. So it's a decent beater, like a 3-mana 3/3 first strike is fine.
Yeah.
And is also a relevant creature type, and is also probably one of the best Bobs we've had since Bob.
Probably. I mean, it's a Bob that doesn't hurt you.
Yes.
It's a Bob that makes you hurt your opponent.
Right.
I think that, right, like it's awkward because if you play it on 3, you can't play the card.
Right.
Right. But like if you play it on 4, it lets you hit your 4th land.
Yeah, sure does.
Right. So it's kind of the expressive iteration.
Yep.
Or like if you go like 1, 2, 3, then on 3 you play Florian
Mhm.
and attack. Like you're guaranteed, you should be guaranteed your 4th land drop.
Yeah.
And then you're kind of off to the races from there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, think about how much Goblin Chain Whirler, a 3-mana 3/3. Now, granted, this ETB was good, but the body was just a pain.
Yeah. 3/3 first strike for 3.
Yeah, like that was just a problem.
Yeah.
I mean, we were high on our like investigate our tired tracker.
Yeah.
It's a 4/3.
Yep.
That does not stack up well to a 3/3 first strike.
Neither does the 2-mana 3/3 wolf.
No, or a 3/2 for one on the white. So like the fact that it has first strike, it does a lot. It does a lot to like make things difficult for your opponent. So yeah, like you have like one vampire 1-drop and one good vampire 2-drop.
Right.
One good vampire 3-drop. Right. What you're missing is the second one, the second 2, the second 3, and then the one like pushed 4-drop. Either like
there's a second 2-drop. We'll get to it in a minute.
Oh yeah, that one.
Yeah.
But like you don't have a ton of like redundancy. Right. So that's where you think that the Crimson Vow, the vampire set's gonna fill in those holes.
I mean, it'd be silly if it didn't.
Yes. It says vampire. You describe it as the vampire set, not enough vampires. What?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, this thing. What does this thing do?
This is Catilda Dawnheart Prime. Green white for a 1/1 legendary human warlock with protection from werewolves. If that was it, it would not be good.
Okay.
But it gives human creatures you control tap to add 1 mana of any of this creature's colors, and you can pay 4 green white and tap it to put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. So this is kind of cool because it turns all of your nerds into mana dorks, which is something that Cryptolith writes, which was an enchantment from Shadows did. That card saw play and didn't affect the board at all.
Like it won a Pro Tour, didn't it? Or at least top 8 at a Pro Tour, like multiple copies did.
This does that, but is also a body with a mana sink built into it. And it's also cool because this is a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control, so that it scales your whole board evenly and it doesn't mess up any of your coven stuff, because like the humans want to do coven-y stuff anyway. Yeah,
I mean it's a Gavin Township on a body that also gives you the mana to activate it.
Right.
So it's pretty solid. It's a little fragile, but like I think it's good. Like there should be enough human shenanigans.
Yeah, I think there is.
Humans a deck. And I think this probably fits into that as well.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Next up, Rite of Harmony. Another card that I thought was an uncommon.
No, they wouldn't make this uncommon.
It reads like Beck and Call was an uncommon, wasn't it?
No, that was a rare.
It was? Okay.
Yeah.
Rite of Harmony. Green white for an instant. And whenever a creature or enchantment enters the battlefield under your control, draw a card. Flashback 2 green white. So it's not cast, it's enters the battlefield.
Right.
So if you make tokens, you get a creature for each token that comes into play.
You draw a card.
You draw a card. Sorry, you draw a card. So that's different. Usually these are like
On cast.
On cast. So what do you want to do with this thing?
Draw all of the cards. This
All
is like Glimpse of Nature, but I mean, Glimpse is banned in Modern. It's like too good for Modern. This is another mana, so it kind of limits how hard you can go off with it, but it plays kind of well with the card we just talked about, where if all your creatures make mana, then you just make more of them and then flash it back the turn after, and hopefully you can win after drawing like 12 cards.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
This
card just kind of seems nuts. Also, like in Elves, you play the Elvish War Master and then like Dwennan's Elite, and you draw 3 cards for 2 mana or 4 mana, I guess.
Solid.
Yeah.
So I guess the counter to that is what we just talked about, Beck. Right? Like Beck just was never good enough.
Well, Beck you couldn't do twice.
Fair. But
and
like
made you be like colors that you didn't really want to be.
Blue green?
Yeah, you didn't want to be blue green for elves or humans.
I mean, you don't want to be green white for elves either.
Why not? You already are.
For what?
Sideboard cards mostly, but most of the elf decks are green white or Abzan.
Okay. But I don't know. Like it could I agree that it is powerful. I just, again, like I have my prior of Beck not being good enough.
Yeah.
So I worry that this is gonna fall into the same kind of space. Like it might be that the first time you cast it, you set it up that you get like 2 cards.
Mm-hmm.
And then like the second time you cast it, you might get like a card.
We also have Gaia's Cradle on a stick in this format.
True. Like, I think if you go, is she a human? She's not, right?
No, it's an elf.
Right. But like, I mean that and right, like if you go like hard mana creatures, like you could probably get there.
Yeah.
But then yeah, you are just gonna play like an elfy kind of deck. But then it's a question of like, I guess it doesn't really matter like if blood in the snow is good, or the like ridiculous white wrath that we skipped over.
Oh yeah,
like 6 white, but it like is 1 less.
Blasphemous act, but white.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, like how good those end up being, or if those decks are playable.
Yeah.
But like, I think it's more like you might get 2 cards on the front side and like 1 or 2 on the back, which is probably still good. Like it's a draw 4.
Yeah.
So, like I just don't know if we're gonna get the ability to just like go off.
Yeah.
So, but I wish I could figure out like what can you do with the enchantments? Like that just seems weird.
Replenish.
Yeah. But like, is there like there's not like a replenish effect like in standard?
No.
We have the modern cascade replenish.
Yeah.
Or well, sorry, suspend.
Yeah.
Would only ever get played with cascade.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, like the enchantment.
I don't know.
Weird.
Yeah, the enchantment is weird.
I don't know if like it was like it's green white, so the green is the creature and the white, or the green is creature and white is enchantment.
Yeah, probably. The thing that they were. Did you listen to the Arena Decklist podcast?
No. Well, I did. I remember this one exactly.
Well, they were talking about playing this with the runes.
Oh yeah.
So you can just like draw your entire deck.
Oh, with Goldspan.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just Well, there's another way that you can. There was another way to draw your whole deck with Goldspan. Forget how, what it was. There's a lot of things that if Goldspan Dragon just like stays, not stays on the battlefield for a turn, you just win.
Yeah.
Other than attacking, which also is usually how you just win with it. It's like, oh,
Right.
I went Goldspan and attacked, and then I attacked again. It was great. All right, next up. Maybe,
Yep.
maybe not. Okay, I'm gonna let you have this one.
I think this card's great. I don't know if it has a home, but I love it.
Okay.
This is Slowgurk the Overslime. It's
All right.
3 green blue for a 3/3 legendary ooze with trample. And whenever a land is put into your graveyard from anywhere, put a +1/+1 counter on it. You can remove 3 +1/+1 counters from it to return it to its owner's hand. And when it leaves the battlefield, you return 3 lands from your graveyard to your hand.
Okay.
I don't know. I just love it. I think it's great. It gets bigger when you play your fetches or Fable Passages or whatever.
We're not gonna have Fable Passage in this format, are we?
Oh, I guess not, are we?
Because it
I guess
was
it
in
was
the
core
set.
21. Yeah.
Yeah. Like and there's self-mill stuff to put lands in your graveyard.
Yeah.
You can loot lands into your graveyard.
Mm-hmm.
You could be like a Bant for the thing.
Yeah.
The Faithless Bending. Or is it Faithless Bending or Faithful Bending? Some sort
Faithful.
of faith bend. Faithful. Yeah. All right.
It's the opposite of Faithless Looting. Faithful
Nice.
Mending.
Gotcha. Yeah, like it's neat. I just don't know if it works.
Well, it's kind of sticky. Once you
It
build
is.
it up a little bit, you can bounce it to your hand, start over again. And it gives you some form of advantage because it lets you bring your lands back.
Yeah, like does like a oh gosh, what is it called? Life from the Loam.
Yeah. And it's when it leaves the battlefield. So even if you trade it off in combat, you still get some lands back.
Oh yeah, you could just like make sure you hit your land drops or have food for whatever. Like food.
This plays pretty well with the cycling lands.
Do we have cycling? We don't have cycling lands in
Historic.
Standard and historic. Yeah, yeah. Like the 1 mana cyclers.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know who his best friend is, right?
Who's that?
Innistrad Monster.
Oh yeah.
Put a counter on him. Draw a card with Gitrog Monster.
Yeah. Do it again.
Do it again.
Yeah.
Then put all your lands back in your hand. Hit your land drops again.
That's right.
Beat him to the frog.
Yep.
Is he he's an ooze?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess he's an ooze. So I guess it makes sense that I can't figure out what he looks like. He's just supposed to look like an ooze.
Yeah, it's just an oozy thing. I don't know. I thought the card was super sweet.
It is super sweet. Like, again,
I don't know where it goes or what it does, but
she's like, this is cool. I don't know if we're allowed to play it.
I mean, you're probably not, but I love it.
I mean, I think back to when we said that, oh gosh, what was it? Thieves Guild Enforcer. We were like, this card's cool. I don't know if this is the kind of Magic we're allowed to play anymore.
Yeah.
And then they just like, then the next set, they just were like, here are like 7 busted cards that go with Thieves Guild Enforcer. That was like, oh, I guess we're allowed to play this card now.
Yeah.
Cool. So like maybe they'll have like ways to like fill your graveyard with lands in the next Innistrad or whatever.
Maybe.
Yes. Teferi who slows the sunset.
Yeah, just what we need. Another Teferi.
2
Yay.
white legendary creature, legendary planeswalker Teferi. 4 loyalties. So +1, choose up to 1 target artifact, up to 1 target creature, and up to 1 target land. Untap the chosen permanents you control. Tap the chosen permanents you don't control. You gain 2 life. So again, sneaky backdoor 3 mana Teferi.
Yep.
Now,
Maybe
the
even less if you're playing some like mana rocks.
yeah, or like some sort of elves. Like if
Yeah.
you're playing Bant, you play the green white thing.
Yeah.
Green white creature into this.
Yep.
Um, your mana's got to do some miraculous things, but fine. Now the permanency tap of your opponents, it's not, they untap their next untap step.
Yeah.
So it's not like you ice them over or frost them or anything. So like the +1 to me reads like a tempo card. Like you're trying to like get in damage as
Yeah.
opposed to like gain like long-term advantage.
Yeah, that's kind of awkward though, because the rest of the card really doesn't play like a tempo card.
Yeah. Then -2 is look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one of them
Yeah.
into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. So
Yeah.
like anticipate.
Right.
And then you get an emblem, untap all permanents you control during each opponent's untap step. You draw a card during each opponent's untap step.
Yeah. Basically, you get a turn like when your opponent gets a turn.
Yeah. Which again, like leads you to want to play a bunch of instants or flash creatures. So like I just like it like the +1, like it since it doesn't draw you a card, it's not as offensive as 5-mana Hero of Dominaria.
Yeah.
Right, because if it drew you a card, then it would just be a 3-mana Planeswalker that draws you pluses and draws a card, which would not be okay.
Right.
But like the fact that you like tap your opponent's stuff, like it almost feels like it's like, okay, I'm gonna like tap a creature of yours, get in for some damage, and then what's it called? And then like try to like beat you that way.
Yeah.
As opposed to my plus is gonna like gain me a bunch of advantage. It's more like it's gonna get a blocker out of the way.
Yeah, like the only thing that's kind of goes counter to that is if you're playing a tempo game, this probably isn't what you want to spend your mana on turn 4.
Oh, I agree. Like, is it something where you like, it's like turn 5 or 6 is like what you're like trying to like finish with, where you play this and you're like, all right, play this, or like you play, let's say you play this on 4 and you're like, play this, tap that thing, bounce, like use the mana that you get at the end of the turn, like bounce something, and then that lets you like attack next turn, because they kind of have to attack this the next turn.
Yeah.
Right, they can't just leave it alone. Then you like get another blocker out of the way and you get in for 5 more damage or whatever.
Yeah.
And try to win that way. Like I don't feel like the card's cohesive.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Right? Like, because like the -2 and the -7 go in a control deck.
Right.
The +1 doesn't.
Correct.
Right. So like it doesn't, like, you're right that this is what you want to do on turn 4 in like a blue-white skies or tempo deck.
Yeah.
And it's not what you want to do on turn 4 in a control deck. It just doesn't fit anywhere. So like I think they made a Teferi that's not busted.
Maybe.
I mean, the last Teferi wasn't busted. It was annoying.
It was annoying. I think this is going to be annoying too.
Okay. How do you think it plays that it ends up being annoying?
I mean, it's just Teferi. He's annoying.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Just the deck that it's in is annoying.
Yeah.
It's also kind of weird that like whatever deck you would play this in, traditionally you would play that like 2-mana timely reinforcements in. But I don't think this deck wants you to play the 2-mana timely reinforcements.
Probably not.
Which is weird.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like, it just, I don't know where the home is.
Yeah.
Because like if you're playing flyers, like you don't need to like tap their potential blocker because they're probably not playing flyers.
Right.
Right. And like you're not untapping your flyers because you're not blocking with them.
Right.
Like if you're playing like a blue white like kind of skies temple deck, all of your flyers have the Brazen Borrower text, or at least they should. Cannot block non-flyers.
Yeah.
Right, because you're not blocking. You're just like, okay, I'm gonna 5 you. I'll 5 you. I'll 5 you. You're dead.
Yeah.
So maybe this one turns out all right. I also love that like there was the Teferi creature a million years ago, and then no Teferis, and we've had 4 Teferis in the last like 4 years.
They're just in the last like 2 years.
Well, Hero of Dominaria was a while ago, right?
I guess it was 3 years ago.
Right, and then you had Time Raveler.
Yeah.
Then
the Master.
The one that we had 20 copies, 20 versions of.
Yeah.
And then this.
And this one.
And it's like, oh, we're just like now with Teferi all the time.
Yeah.
I guess he just fills the blue-white planeswalker spot.
I guess.
All right. Here you go. Here's your other vampire.
Yeah, this is the other vampire. This one's an uncommon. Vampire Socialite is a black-red for a 2/2 vampire with Menace. And when it enters the battlefield, if an opponent lost life this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on each other vampire you control. And as long as an opponent lost life this turn, each other vampire you control enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it. So it's kind of a cool lord. It acts like Metallic Mimic, where the pump stays around after the lord is gone. It also plays pretty well with that 1 mana vampire, the 2/1, because you play that out on 1, swing in, and then play this thing out on 2, and you get to put a counter on that 2/1. So,
and then like the next turn, presumably this gets in because it has Menace,
right?
And then you play like your 3/3 first strike, and it's a 4/4 first strike.
Yep.
And then you're just like game blouses, like it's just done. You're just like cool.
Yep.
I win now.
Yep.
So yeah, no, it's strong. I guess I had forgotten about this. This is another reasonable 2-drop for a vampire deck.
Yeah, and I didn't look to see like what other random vampires there were in standard right now. I know there were some in Zendikar.
There were.
But I mean there's some reasonable ones in historic.
Yeah. Yeah, like going from like black white to black red, because like that would get you these 2 red, like these 3 like red vampires, which are pretty good.
Yeah, and you also have Knight of the Ebon Legion, and what's the like Death Touch Lifelink 1/1
Gifted Aether.
Well, that one also, but there's a 1-drop 1/1.
Oh, the something of the moon.
Yeah, Dire Moon.
Yes.
Yep.
Dire Moon something. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So like that's all. Those are all like reasonable.
And Sorin.
And like, yeah, and like you like attack, and then like put this into like put in a creature, then put this into play off a Sorin, and just make your whole team huge.
Yep.
Or like you play Sorin, attack, then put this into play on 3, put 2 counters on or whatever.
Yeah.
Seems good.
Yep.
All right, our transform cards. Oh, hey, the farmhand.
Hey, the farmhand.
So ambitious farmhand, 1 in the white for a human peasant. When it enters the battlefield, search your library for a basic plains card, reveal it, put it in your hand. And then it has Coven, 1 white, transform, ambitious, farmhand. Only activate this creature if you have 3 or more creatures with different powers. It turns into Seasoned Cathar, a 3/3 with lifelink.
Yep. I think this card is stronger than somebody that isn't well versed would initially think, because like in a white weenie deck, you don't want to have a real high land count. It's kind of like mono red, where you want to like your curve stops at like 3, and you really don't need anything past your 3rd land, so you're going to cut the number of lands in your deck. So this serves to like let you run a low land count and still hit your 3rd land drop. In that regard, a 2 mana 1/1 that draws you a land is basically Elvish Visionary. And having an Elvish Visionary that you can turn into a 3/3 lifelinker seems like nothing but upside.
I mean, think about like Knight of the White Orchid.
Yeah.
Which is a 2/2 first strike for white, so harder to cast, and only it put the land into play, but you had to have less lands than your opponent.
Right.
So to get the effect, you had to play it on like turn 3.
Right.
And like have not played a land drop. Where this just always hits your land. Like the ramp didn't matter, it was just getting the land.
Yep.
And this just gets you the land. And a lot of times, like, it's not a great body, it's a 1/1, but a lot of times white aggressive decks just want bodies.
Mm-hmm.
They don't.
And like
really
I said,
care.
like when you have extra mana, it turns into a 3/3.
Yeah. I mean, or like a situation where you're like 1-drop into, Monk of the Open Hand, into Clarion Spirit, into this, get your land,
Mm-hmm.
play your land, play a 1-drop, trigger.
Right.
And you get like the counter, you get the flyer, like, and that does a lot. So you might be, ambitious farmhand, you might be able to think of them as almost like half a land as well.
Mm-hmm.
So if you were going to play 22 lands, maybe you play 20.
Yeah.
Because you need, two lands in one of these to like make sure you can like play Magic.
Yep.
So yes, and like you said, like later in the game, like this just ends up being, you just like fall backwards into a like 3/3 lifelinker.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I flooded out, but I have some creatures, but I'm kind of like stalled. I guess I'll just flip this. Now I have an attack that I didn't have before.
I mean, if you're playing best of 1, you might even be able to get away with less than 20.
Oh yeah, you might
like if your curve stops at 3 and you're playing 4 of these guys, like 18, 19 lands, you're probably fine.
Yeah, because you'll get like spotted 2 lands.
Yeah.
From the algorithm or whatever.
Yeah.
All right. Ooh, Bereaved Survivor. Human Peasant. This reminds me of, for some reason, I look at this art. Remember the 1 mana 1/1, like the noble that couldn't be blocked by things with power 3.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know why. I'm just like, oh, this feels similar.
Same
right?
color palette, I think.
Yes. Whenever another creature you control dies, transform Bereaved Survivor. So it's a 2 and a white for a 2/1.
Yep.
And then it turns into Dauntless Avenger. Whenever it attacks, return target creature with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped and attacking. You know what's awesome to return? A 1 and a white 1/1 that gets you a plains.
It is. I actually didn't really like this card. This is the one that I alluded to earlier that I didn't think was that great. We had talked about it in Discord a little bit. I think this is kind of the exact opposite of the last card, while they might pair well together. The last card like just kind of does its thing on its own and enables your deck. This is something that you kind of have to work towards, and I don't know if the payoff is that great, especially on a super fragile body.
Yeah, like a 3 mana 2/1 doesn't do enough.
Right.
And
that's all it is when it enters the battlefield. It's just a 3 mana 2/1.
Yeah, and then something has to die.
Right.
Like you have to throw something away for it to transform.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, unless you had some sort of like sacrifice synergies, where like you can flip it, but then being a 3 mana 3/2, also not good enough.
Right.
Right. Even with the ability, right? Like, so you get back something that died earlier. Yeah. It's probably not doing enough. So I think maybe a sweet limited card.
Yeah.
But probably like even there it might be lacking.
Yeah.
But probably not a constructed card. But I'm here for like this art.
Yeah.
Like I enjoy the artwork for some reason.
One interesting thing that I just thought of, I don't know if it's any good or not, but this does get back both of the Death Shadows.
Oh, it does. You play this and like, you got to kill a Death Shadow. And they kill one and you're like, sweet, flip it, get it back. Like you've got to use another removal spell on this garbage card.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't
I
know
mean,
if it's. I don't think it's any good, but
I mean, at that point, like the cats can't stay away, right? That gets back both of your Death Shadows.
no, that's power, isn't it?
It's mana value.
Oh, okay. I thought it was power for some reason.
Checking. We have the power to go back. Mana value.
Okay.
So, right, like if you wanted the
Yeah.
stay power, like
Yeah.
you would I think you'd much rather have that. Like I know like your Death Shadow would get exiled after the fact, but
Yeah.
like you could just bring back another one for 5 mana.
Right.
So I guess probably a better place to do this. To a better way to like grind out value with your Death Shadows.
Mhm.
But all right, next up, Brutal Cathar. A lot of Cathars. Well, welcome back to Innistrad. All right. So when this creature enters the battlefield or transforms into Brutal Cathar, exile target creature and opponent controls until this creature leaves the battlefield. And it's got Daybound, so it's a 2 and a white 2/2, basically Banisher Priest.
Mhm.
And then the backside is a werewolf that is Moonrage Brute, and it has first strike, and it's a 3/3, and it has ward, pay 3 life.
Yeah, I thought this was interesting because I think it's the only Banisher Priest that can take multiple things.
Deputy.
Yeah, but they all had to be the same thing.
They all had to be the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you could like, I guess like if you play Brutal Cathar and then your opponent doesn't do anything and it becomes Moonrage Brute, then you double spell, then it gets something else.
Mhm.
I mean, that seems pretty good.
Yeah, I mean it's a lot of work, but it's interesting.
It is.
Like
I mean,
those Banisher Priests usually see some amount of play.
They do. Like they're again in this white weenie deck we're talking about, right?
Mhm.
Like this is Skyclave Apparition only for creatures.
Right.
Like think about how many times Skyclave Apparition just gets a creature.
Right.
Right. And this doesn't have like a mana requirement.
Right.
Right. Or doesn't say non-token. So, you can get the tree that your opponent's running 7 makes,
Mhm.
and then get in and kill them. Or, get their 5-drop, which is stuff that Skyclave Apparition doesn't do.
Yeah.
I think that Skyclave Apparition is probably better.
I mean, it depends. Like if you can flip this like right away, because you can flip this right away, right? You play this and then like a 1-drop and then it flips.
Yeah, I mean, then it becomes just a 3/3 first strike with ward 3 life.
That stole something.
No, it only steals something if it goes back to the white side.
When it enters the battlefield. So if you
it enters the battlefield, you steal something.
right.
Okay.
And then it flips to the brute and then has ward. It has still stolen something.
It has still stolen something, yes. So like if you want it to be the 3/3 first strike side, then yeah, you could do this then on 1-drop.
Yeah.
That is but it doesn't get to steal something until it flips back.
No. Like if you play this, you steal something, and then you play a 1-drop. On the next turn, it's going to turn into a 3/3 first strike with ward 3 or ward pay 3 life.
No. So you go if it's day.
Oh yeah, I got day and night switched. You're right. Sorry.
If it's day, it you can't flip it immediately. So your opponent would have to do nothing.
Yeah.
Then it would flip the Brutal Cathar, or then it would flip the Moonrage Brute. Then if you cast 2 spells, it would flip back to Cathar and then get something else.
Yep.
Right.
Sorry.
So
you're right.
That's fine. But you get one thing, right?
Yeah.
Unless it's night. And if it's night, you just get a 3/3 first strike, which is in an aggressive deck, fine.
Right.
And then presumably it would get in, and then you would cast 2 spells because that's what you're doing. You're playing mono white. It would flip back, and then it would eat something. So I think you're always going to get one thing. And if you're like you should probably win the game once you get your one thing. So I don't know, but these cards definitely see play. Like I said, it is Skyclave Apparition, which is seeing a ton of play. Right. It's not as good because it can't get planeswalkers and stuff, but it does do, it is a time honored thing that works well.
Yeah, I mean, it's not capped at mana either, so.
Yeah. All right. Chaplain of Alms. Here we go. First strike, 1 mana, 1/1. First strike, ward 1. So, like, right off the bat, like, fine. 100% fine.
Yeah, I don't know that the ward 1 super matters on the front side, but
No.
a 1/1 first striker for 1 is fine.
I mean, it is, I mean, you know, let's say there's another like god awful like Boggles deck. It makes it a little bit harder for them to kill it.
Right.
But then it has Disturb 3 and a white
and
becomes Chapel Shieldgeist.
Ooh.
And it's a 2/1 flying first strike, a beating.
Yep.
And then each creature you control has ward 1. And then it has the if it goes to the graveyard, exile it.
Yeah.
Like the backside is really good.
Yeah, and like I was kind of in this, white weenie deck that we're talking about or whatever. This is another 1-drop you could play to like double spell for the things that care about 2 spells. It's not like an embarrassing 1-drop, and then later in the game it protects all your things. If you're playing say you end up playing the white adversary to pump your team, it'll, not that ward 1 is a ton, but it'll at least give some protection against a removal spell.
I mean, maybe a better thing is just you get like, white weenie decks in, they go 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
And then your opponent's like Doomscar.
Right.
Well, you get to just
rebuild
put a 2/1 flyer like out of your graveyard and like put pressure on them, or play out your hand, and then when they have to sweep you again, then you get to play this out of your graveyard, and they're at 4, and they've got 2 turns to find an answer.
Yeah.
So, as a way to like rebuild, I think it's really good. All right. Enduring Angel.
Ooh, a lot of text on this one.
A lot of text.
2 white for a 3/3 angel flying double strike. You have hexproof. If your life total will be reduced to 0 or less, instead transform Enduring Angel and your life total becomes 3. Then if Enduring Angel didn't transform this way, you lose the game. So if you're going to die, this stops you from dying and then transforms and puts your life at 3. But if your opponent kills this in response to the trigger, you lose.
Also, if you have a copy of it, if you've cloned it, clones, they don't have a back. So the trigger back and it can't transform. That's the other thing. But yeah, you can just like, the trigger goes on the stack for it to transform and it can just get killed.
Yeah.
I mean, but it makes them have to have a removal spell. They have to kill you,
right,
and have a removal spell.
Yep. And then the backside is Angelic Enforcer. It's a star flying. You have hexproof. Angelic Enforcer's power and toughness are each equal to your life total. Whenever it attacks, double your life total. This card seems annoying.
It seems annoying. It also seems like they didn't stat it right.
Yeah.
Right. So we have Cathartic Pyre.
Yeah.
You pay 5 mana for your 3/3. And I was like, oh, I was planning on looting this turn, but I guess I will just annihilate you.
Yeah. I'll kill your flying mythic double striker.
Yeah. With my uncommon.
Right.
Cool. And I'll have 3 mana to do something else.
Yeah.
Awesome. So that's the only thing I worry about, is just like, it seems fragile.
Yeah. I really don't know like where it sees play either. Like you're
Yeah.
not going to play this in the white weenie deck.
No.
You're not going to play this in the Angels deck.
No.
Like
Like, it's
I
not a
don't.
control furniture because it's too fragile.
Yeah,
Um,
I don't know what you're supposed to do with it.
I even feel like it's like fragile for limited.
Yeah,
It's just like I spent 2 white, and you gave me 3 toughness.
well, not only that, but like this could be a blowout in limited. Like say your opponent doesn't block because they know this thing's gonna flip, and then you just kill it. Like they would have lived if they just like blocked differently. But they're like, no, I'll take the damage. This thing's gonna flip. I'll double my
Oh
life
yeah,
total, whatever. And then you just kill it, like they die.
yeah. Like you don't have like the Snuggy Worm. Like I can't die. It's
Yeah,
not like Angel of Grace,
yeah,
where like it just got flashed in from the graveyard, or they flashed it in, and then they didn't lose the game. Like, they're making decisions based on like, oh, this is going to flip.
yeah,
Well, I mean, even then, like you're just like whenever they declare no blocks, you don't have to get anything. You just like kill it.
yeah,
When you
yeah.
declare no blocks, and then you just die.
Right,
So right, you almost have to block like it doesn't have the text.
right.
It's like if they have a removal spell, you just die. So yeah, I don't know. This card seems lacking. Like I understand that it's a mythic because it has the you can't lose the game, you don't lose the game text on it,
Yeah,
which like automatically makes stuff a mythic for the most part.
yeah,
But yeah, it doesn't feel like it like hit the mark.
yeah. I don't think it. I don't know what its home is. If it is good, I have no idea where it's good.
All right. Somewhere there's an Angel Commander deck that's like, yes.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah. All right. Oh, hey, another 1-mana 1/1.
Another 1-mana 1/1. This one's a
Right.
Soul Warden.
Okay.
This is a Lunarch Veteran. It's a single white mana for a 1/1 human cleric. Humans matter and clerics matter for whatever that's worth. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, you gain a life. And then it has Disturb for 1 and a white, and it turns into Luminous Phantom, 1/1 flyer. Whenever another creature you control leaves the battlefield, you gain a life. And it has the Disturb text.
So, one, this just goes in the gosh, what is it called? I can't think. I'll think of it in a second. The Valkyrie, the Righteous Valkyrie deck.
Yeah.
Right. Valkyrie cares like wants you to gain life.
Yep.
You play this on 1, you gain life for your creatures. If you play it after you play the Valkyrie, it's a cleric, so it gains you a life from the Valkyrie.
Yep.
So it does double duty.
Both sides. Both sides are
both
clerics.
Both sides are clerics. Yeah. Oh yeah, you get it twice. And then it's not a great body, but again, like if there's a bunch of sweepers and you'd be a white aggressive deck, you can just throw the 2 1/1s that disturb into stuff, and you're just like, okay, you swept me, cool. I will spend my mana to play stuff out of my graveyard and make you answer this stuff.
Yeah, rebuild my hand while playing out of my graveyard.
Yeah. So like it just is seems like it gives white decks like it doesn't feel like it, but this is card advantage. Right. This is just a way to give white card advantage.
Yep.
You're just casting spells out of your graveyard while you rebuild.
Yep.
So like it's not an aggressive body, but it's a sticky body. So that might put it into white weenie decks. And then also like in historic, like they want extra Soul Wardens.
Yes.
Mono, like the mono white life gain deck in historic wants extra Soul Wardens.
Well, I mean, this would see play over any of the 2-mana Soul Wardens that it currently
plays.
Like
what's his name? Daxos. Like this beats out Daxos because you get to play it on 1.
Yeah.
Right. Like so you get to keep more hands that you go like Soul Warden into a Johnny.
Yep.
Or Johnny's Pride Bank. So yeah, like I think that I don't know if it would beat out like Prosperous Innkeeper if you're green white, since the Innkeeper ramps you into company faster.
True.
But I mean, I don't think that the green white like angel life gain deck is really going to argue about like, oh no, I have 12 soul wardens.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think it's gonna that's fine.
Yep.
So no, I think this card has a home somewhere and is sticky and might find a home in like a mono white deck, even though it's not super aggressive, just because it's sticky.
Yep. I agree.
So I've never heard of this card before. Like, fill me in.
Okay, so this is a Delver of Secrets.
Okay.
It's a 1-mana 1/1 human wizard. And
Okay.
it says at the
Good.
beginning of your did you want to add something?
I said 1 mana 1/1. That's not very good, but go on.
Yep. At the beginning of your upkeep, you can look at the top card of your library and you may reveal it. If it's an
Okay.
instant or sorcery, you transform it into an insectile aberration. That's a 3/2 flyer.
It kind of looks like Jeff Goldblum. Interesting. Okay.
Kind of does.
Uh, um, maybe this could see play in Eternal formats. I'm not sure.
Maybe.
Maybe. So yeah.
There's no way it's format defining for sure.
No. I mean, it couldn't possibly have been replaced by a 1-mana red creature. It becomes a 3/3 flyer. No, so it as formats get older, Delver gets better.
Yeah.
And there's not enough cantrips and ways to set up your library to make this good in standard.
No, I don't think it's going to do anything in standard. The reason I'm highlighting it is because I think it's absolutely insane that Wizards of the Coast wanted us to have Brainstorm, Faithless Looting, Phoenix, and Delver in Historic.
Yeah. I think we've talked about it before. I think Historic is the worst curated set like format in Magic. Like, it is the set that they get to pick what goes in.
Right.
It is a format that they're like, what do we want to have in this format? What do we want it to be about? And I think that at the end of the day, it's the guiding principle of the set is how can we separate people from their wild cards as quickly as possible?
Yeah.
And then rotate the format and then separate them from more wild cards.
Yeah.
And like, yes, it makes no sense that, Brainstorm, Delver, Dragon's Rage Chandler.
Yeah.
And then the new opt.
Right.
It makes no sense. And again, Swords to Plowshare, too good. Lightning Bolt, too good. No.
Yeah.
No, this makes no sense. So, yeah, I don't know, like, I think original Delver art is probably better. But I don't know. It's weird.
It's different. I think I like the back side of this one, but the front side of OG Delver.
Yeah, I mean,
but like, I think if you mix the two, it wouldn't look right either.
Because their art styles are too different.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So like, this guy gives off the vibe. I think someone said like that it was like the other guy was just messing around and then goofed and turned himself into a bug.
This guy was trying to be a bug.
Yeah, like this guy like built a whole like contraption and then put himself in it and like pulled the lever.
Yeah.
Right. Like he had like a plan. He was like, I want to be a bug. All right. Malevolent Hermit. 1 in a white for a human wizard. A 2/1.
1 in a blue.
It's 1 in a blue. I'm sorry.
Yep.
And then pay a blue, sacrifice it. Counter target non-creature spell unless its controller plays 3. Has to start for 2 in a blue. And backside is a 2/2. Flying non-creature spells you control can't be countered. And again, if it dies, put it in the graveyard.
Yep. Put it into exile.
Exile, I'm sorry. It's getting late, folks. We're pushing midnight.
Yeah.
So like it is a counter spell that your opponent 100% sees coming.
Right.
But like if you are let's say a blue-white humans deck, right? It's a wizard, like if you're like blue-white party,
Mhm.
right? And you're like, I can't get Doomscarred. You're not getting Doomscarred,
It's true.
right? Like, you play this and they put like a card into exile, right? They foretell something. You're just like, well, I'm keeping up 1 mana until that card comes out of exile.
Yeah.
I will never get Doomscarred until they have like 6 mana, and then hopefully they're dead. Because like, a 2/1 is a reasonable beater.
Wasn't Mausoleum Wanderer like a spirit that kind of did the same thing? You could sacrifice to counter a spell.
It was a 1/1, but it got +1/+1 when a spirit came into play.
Yeah.
And then when you could sacrifice it, and they had to pay X, where X is Mausoleum Wanderer's power.
Yeah.
So this is
Kind of
probably
similar.
Yeah, similar. But I mean, they see it coming.
Yeah.
You have to keep up mana. But I don't know. I think it fills the role of like, I'm not going to get wrathed.
Yeah.
If you do, again, like a 2-powered 1-drop or something into this, or again, we have our Monk of the Open Hand into this, into 2 1-drops on 3, hold up your blue, attack for 4.
Yeah.
Right? Like you've got them under a reasonable amount of pressure. They can't wrath you.
Don't get wrath. Don't get wrath. Don't get wrathed.
Yeah. I mean, and then like if your turn 4 is, oh gosh, PV, right?
Yeah.
Right. Now, like if they had a wrath in their hand, you don't get wrathed.
Right.
If they have a wrath at exile, you don't get wrathed, and you just like try to ride that out. And again, the Disturb lets you just like put a reasonable body after, if you do get wrath, if they do somehow make it to 7 mana and you don't kill them.
Yeah.
Right. Or 6 mana and you don't kill them. Like, okay, fine. Like I'll make a 2/2.
Is this also a sneaky way to force a combo through?
Huh.
Because you can like self-mill it and then cast it and
Oh yeah, I hadn't thought of that.
do whatever you want.
Yeah, if like it's just like if it's just creature spells or non-creature spells, like right, like you flip it and then you're just like, I don't know, ritual, kill you.
Yeah, or something. I don't know.
I hadn't thought of that. No, that's a good idea. I mean, the front side also kind of does it, right? Like they have to, like you just have a mana leak up.
Sometimes that's enough.
Yeah. All right, next step.
This is a weird one. This is a Puppet Stitcher. It's 2 and a blue for a 2/3 human wizard. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token with Decayed. And then at the beginning of your upkeep, if you control 3 or more creature tokens, you can transform Puppet Stitcher into Puppet Factory, which is an artifact that says creature tokens you control lose all abilities, have base power and toughness 3/3, and at the beginning of your upkeep, you can transform Puppet Factory to flip it back.
Okay.
So this is like, this card's kind of in the same vein as like Young Pyromancer or Sedgemoor Witch, where it's just like a thing that cares about you casting instants and sorceries and kind of makes you an army out of them. But I think this would play really well alongside either of them. Because you just kind of make an army in a can, cast your opt, cast your consider, or whatever. And then all of a sudden you can flip this thing over, turn your whole army into 3/3s that conveniently lose decay.
Yeah.
So I thought it was kind of cool.
Yeah, like I guess the awkward part is you don't flip it until like turn 5. Right?
Yeah.
You go like Pyromancer into Puppet Stitcher, then you cast your spells on 3 or on 4, and then you flip it and presumably like would win the game.
Yeah, I mean, depending on what you can flip. Um, like if you're playing this alongside Pyromancer, this might also be a free roll in the like the Phoenix decks where you're just like faithless looting, consider, opt, whatever. And it's just like another threat that your opponent has to deal with.
Mhm.
Like you play like a threat light game, but you know you're on this and PZ, and yeah, you're either going to win with a bunch of Phoenixes or you're going to win with a bunch of 3/3s.
Yeah. I mean, in historic, maybe like I'm just comparing it to like Monastery Mentor. And I guess Monastery Mentor is white, which
Yeah.
makes it worse. This being blue is probably better.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I
Makes the
mean,
mana easier.
yeah, but you do have the situation where you play it on like 3, and then on turn 5 you have like 9 power.
Yeah.
And then that's probably fine. And then, then a young pyromancer, at that point after the it flips into the factory, just makes 3/3. So even if you don't kill them,
Right.
like having the Poppet Factory just makes your pyromancers way better.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. I wonder if there's another way you could like
You could flip it early.
like I mean, or like raise the alarm.
Yeah.
Right? Like you raise the alarm, you get your tokens that way. Right? Like, you go Poppet Stitcher, turn 4, raise the alarm, raise the alarm.
What about the new Timely?
Yeah, that could work too. Right? They would have to have 2 creatures.
Yeah.
Because like when you cast it, you would get your 2/2.
Yeah.
But yeah, you could do something like that.
Well, I was thinking cast it before your Papa Stitcher was out. That way it could flip on 4. Like if you could, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think it's a 1 mana.
Well, you got Love Struck Beast makes a
Well,
token for 1 mana.
He's gone now. If we're thinking of standard, but if we're thinking of
historic,
yeah. I mean, there's also Satyr's Cunning.
Yeah.
Which makes a 1/1 on 1. So you
I mean, like now you're in 3 colors though, and I don't think the mana's there.
Yeah. Well, oh gosh, the Forbidden Friendship.
Oh yeah, there you go.
So, right, and if you had instants, you could go like Cunning into like Forbidden Friendship, and then with the like flip trigger on the stack, you could like cast instants to make more creatures.
Oh yeah,
and make zombies. So,
yeah, it's a cool card.
It is. It is. All right. Ooh. It's an eggy boy.
It is.
Smoldering Egg. Old-timey Magic design here. 1 and a red for a dragon egg with Defender. It's an 0/4. So whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, put a number of Ember counters on Smoldering Egg equal to the amount of mana spent to cast that spell. Then if Smoldering Egg has 7 or more Ember counters on it, remove them and transform Smoldering Egg. And it becomes Ashmount Dragon, a 4/4 flying with whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, Ashmouth Dragon deals 2 damage to any target.
So what do you think about Smoldering Egg?
I heard it described as kind of thing in the ice.
That's exactly what I said.
But in theory, it's going to take you longer to flip it.
Yeah, it's harder to flip for sure.
Right? Like it would.
This wants you to cast like 2 big spells instead of 4 little spells.
Yeah, and say it's like 7 1-mana spells, or. Yeah. But I mean, let's say like in Modern, right? You play like a Manamorphose, right? You get 2 right there, and you're not down any mana,
right?
So like maybe like rituals are the way to go.
Yeah, maybe.
But yeah, it really wants you to cast like a 3 and a 4.
Rituals, you're like throwing your card away though, whereas like Thing in the Ice, you're always replacing your card with another card.
Yeah. But like, Manamorphose replaces your card. But yeah, like if you ritual, but it depends on what you ritual up into.
Right.
But yeah, it's
Like
weird.
the way I was thinking was Thing in the Ice is more for like a tempo or a control deck where you're relying on it flipping to catch you up.
Mhm.
You're using your cantrips to set up your hand, and then it flips and catches you up, and then like your hand's good for the rest of the game. Whereas this wants you to play more of like an aggro or a burn game where
Yeah.
you play this out, you cast some burn spells, this thing flips, and then you can finish your opponent off with like 2 or 3 burn spells.
Yeah, those seems reasonable. And I mean the fact that like there's 2 or 3 burn spells like also deal 2 more damage to everything. Like
Right.
the target. Yeah.
Like one other thing to note is that this plays better with flashback than Thing in the Ice does.
Oh yeah, because like you're spending more mana.
Right. But it plays worse with spectacle
Spectacle.
because you're spending less mana.
Oh yeah. I was
Like light up the stage or
Yeah.
skewer.
Yeah, I was like, what is spectacle? But you are right. Because it's not the converted mana cost.
It's how much you spent. Yeah.
All right. Next we have this guy that you liked.
Yeah, this guy. I think he's cute.
He
It's
is cute.
Death Bonnet Sprout is a 1 mana 1/1 fungus, and it says at the beginning of your upkeep, mill a card. Then, if there are 3 or more creature cards in your graveyard, transform Death Bonnet Sprout into Death Bonnet Hulk, 3/3 fungus horror. With at the beginning of your upkeep, you may exile a card from a graveyard. If a creature card was exiled this way, put a +1/+1 counter on Death Bonnet Hulk. I thought it was cool. It's just a cheap card that can get big quickly.
Yeah.
Or like even the next turn, depending on when it comes down. And then is incidental graveyard hate that makes it even bigger.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I mean a 1 mana 3/3. It takes some work, but 1 mana 3/3 is good. I mean, it has upside. I mean, they stapled exile a card from a graveyard on a couple cards in this set.
Yeah.
So we were all happy that they keyworded mill.
Right.
Because it makes the cards cleaner. But let's reminder text mill as well. And make the text box larger.
Yeah, it's only because it's an uncommon. If it was a rare, they wouldn't have done that.
Probably because it wouldn't have had space.
Yeah, that's true. It had 4 more lines of text instead.
Would have.
Yeah.
All right, we have Outland Liberator, 1 on the green for a 2/2. You can pay 1 and sacrifice to destroy target artifact or enchantment, and it's a werewolf, so it has daybound. And then on the backside, it's a 3/3 that has 1 sacrifice it to destroy an artifact or enchantment. But it also has, if it attacks, destroy target artifact or enchantment target player controls. So it's mana wise Reclamation Sage, right?
Yeah, you lose the body.
Yeah, you lose the body. Or like Casale Pridebait is probably the closest analog.
But the backside's like Gem Razor.
Or not, or what's his name? Kogla.
Yeah, yeah.
Gem Razor kills stuff when it attacked? I thought it was just Kogla that did that.
Oh, yeah, Gem Razor was when it
ETB'd.
Well, when it mutated.
Mutated, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like the Kogla text, where like you just every time you attack, you eat something.
Yeah. Kogla was creatures though, wasn't it? Kogla wasn't artifacts or enchantments.
It came in and fought, and then when it attacked, you destroyed an artifact or enchantment.
Oh, okay.
So, like, I think it's fine. Like, I think this is to have in standard.
Yeah.
Like, because we don't have Rex Age.
Right.
But, and it's good that, like, it's cheaper than, like, whatever Thrashing Brontoton reprint they're going to give us.
Right.
Right. It's a little easier to splash. And, like, if it flips, then just, they don't get to have they don't get to have artifacts and enchantments again.
Right. Ever.
Attack, kill it. Your turn. Yeah, no,
I think it's solid. We'll probably show up at some point.
All right, this is the one I think I put on there. Or you might have already had it on there.
I had it on and you put it on a second time, but yeah.
I just looked at the colors, man. I didn't get to the transform section.
That's fine.
I wasn't mentally prepared for a 4-hour podcast.
Yeah, I'm sorry it's so long.
That's right. We have Tolovar's Huntmaster, the green gravy train.
It sure is.
So it is a 4 green 6/6 human werewolf. When it enters the battlefield, create 2 green wolf tokens, and it has daybound. When it turns night, it flips over. When you cast, if you were to cast it on the night side, you would get 2 wolves again.
Mm-hmm.
And you can pay 2 green. Another target wolf or werewolf you control fights target creature you don't control.
It's also a 7/7 on the backside.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. In the backside, or attacks. When it enters the battlefield or attacks, you make it 2/2.
Yep.
So I missed that when I first read it. That's why it's gravy train. So if you flip it over, you just have a grave titan that also munches on something.
It's another wolf, so not himself.
2/2. Yeah, it's a 2/2 that gets to eat something, but still, or attack something.
Yep.
But the card seems solid. Like it is.
Yeah. Very solid.
Power. It's 10 power for 6 mana.
Yeah.
And then if it flips over, it's just upside.
Yes.
It doesn't have Death Touch, but you don't need Death Touch on a 6/6.
Right.
So, yeah, like it's kind of just the green grave titan.
Yeah. Good card is good.
Yes.
Like this is one of the transform cards where you probably don't even really miss casting your spells to transform it, because you're going to leave your mana up and use it to fight with.
Yeah.
So
you're just like, you play this, next turn, you probably attack with a 6/6 and then say, go.
Right.
It flips over, and then you have one of your 2/2s kill something that it can kill.
Yep.
And then the next turn, you're just like, hopefully you get to attack with it, right? You hope that they aren't able to cast 2 spells. And I mean, even if it flips over, you're still like, okay, fine. I have like 8 power because one of my wolves died in the fight. So, yeah, card is very good.
Yep, it's pushed.
This is one that you could see like making the day-night thing something that you just have to track in like older formats.
Yes. Pushed enough to matter.
Yes. All right. This Arlen's probably good, unlike the last one.
I think it's better than the last one. I don't know how good it is. That has yet to be seen. So it's Arlen, the Pack's Hope. The front side is 2 red-green for a 4 loyalty Arlen Planeswalker with Daybound. +1. Until your next turn, you may cast creature spells as though they had flash, and each creature you control enters the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter on it. Or you can -3 to make 2/2 green wolf creature tokens. The backside is Arlen, the Moon's Fury, also a 4 loyalty planeswalker, this time with Nightbound. +2, add red-green to your mana pool. 0 is until end of turn, Arlen, the Moon's Fury becomes a 5/5 werewolf creature with trample, indestructible, and haste.
Yay.
That's a lot of words.
That is a lot of words. So I've seen this card just described as like the control killer. Right? So if you stick the front side, there are 3 things your control opponent has to worry about, right? They have to worry about the 2 wolves and the Arlen.
Yep.
And then the backside is a 2 mana planeswalker if you plus it.
Right.
And then also just like take 5 if you need it to be take 5.
Yeah. Indestructible, haste, trample.
Yeah, you're just like 5 you.
Yeah.
Like the front side just does what everything that you like want against a control deck, right?
Yeah. Like I think if you're not playing against control though, you almost want this to enter on the backside. Because you cast, I mean, I guess making the 2/2 wolves like protects it some.
Yeah.
But 4 mana for making some wolves is just going to get this thing killed.
It could.
Like your opponent's just going to, I don't know, whatever that new shock was, or
Yeah.
but the backside, like if it comes down for 4 mana, you've already transformed it into night, or it's already transitioned into night, and then it comes down and is a hasty 5/5 trample indestructible. I think
Yeah,
that's a lot more relevant.
But I mean, at that point, it only has 4 loyalty. So, like, they might just be able to take 5 and then kill it.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Well, I mean, think about, oh gosh, Lolth,
Yeah.
right? Like, how annoying are those stupid spiders? Like, I know they have reach, but like, Lolth is like super hard to kill behind those spiders, right? Like, this has the hold of flying, but like,
Yeah.
if you compare it to Lolth, it's like maybe better, right? Because you can like Arlen the Pax Hope, get it down to 1, right? So you do have to like cross your fingers that they don't have like a burn spell.
Yeah.
But even if they have a burn spell, you got 4/4 worth of power across 2 bodies, or 4/4 worth of power of toughness across 2 bodies.
Yeah.
For 4 mana, plus you got a card out of them, right? But if it lives, then like you plus it, right? What do they do? So you're at 2 loyalty and they can't attack you. Because what are you going to flash in that is now enormous?
Yeah.
And you have 2 wolves. And then it flips. So then the next turn you can be like, fine, I'll plus it again, get a bunch of mana, or I'll just 0 it and now we get on the beatdown plan.
Yeah,
So,
that's
like,
true. I didn't think about like her plus facilitating the flip.
yeah, so you plus it and you're just like, go. And
Yeah.
then you know it's going to flip. So again, it's going to take a turn cycle.
Yeah.
But like, if your opponent doesn't cast anything, it flips and you probably just win the game.
Yeah.
And if they do cast something, you're like, fine, next turn plus, go, and then flash something in. It's going to be big, like, you flash in like, this guy. I guess he'd be off 1 mana, right? But then you're just like, all right, cool. Like, I guess I win.
Yeah.
So
I mean, that's true.
yeah. So like, I think like the 2/2/2 wolves don't seem like a lot, but like comparing it to Lolth, you're like, oh, those do matter. And it's just
Yeah.
1 less mana than Lolth.
Yeah, I mean, like it just dies to Goldspan Dragon though.
It does. Which I mean might be why it ends up not seeing play, right?
Yeah.
Right. Or it might be a card that has to be like in your sideboard and you like bring it in like if you're on the play.
Yeah.
You'll get like the chance to untap with it.
Yeah.
But yeah, like it does have the hold of Goldspan Dragon because the tokens don't have reach. But
yeah,
and I mean, and that could be why it ends up not being good, right? Like if it's like, it seems like Goldspan Dragon is going to be one of the best like 5 cards in the format.
Yeah.
Right. And like, she doesn't deal with Goldspan Dragon well. So that might just be like, okay, you can't have that. You can't be played because you can't beat a Goldspan Dragon.
Yeah.
But, if
it's interesting. I think it's a hard card to evaluate.
It is. Like,
it's also kind of awkward with that black removal spell. Because both sides deal with it. Like if it comes in Nightbound, the -5/-5 kills it.
Oh, if it is a,
yeah, if it comes in and you make it,
I see.
If you use the Gideon mode,
then the -5/-5 kills it. And if
it comes in the front side and it's wolves, it just kills the wolves.
Yeah, and then you're able to get in.
Yeah.
Woo. Like you play the 3/3 that makes a 1/1.
Yeah.
And then you're like, yeah, cool. Sweep up your wolves. Attack.
It's a 6/6. I don't even care about your Arlen at that point.
6. What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Whew. So yeah, that's yeah, like I don't know. It does depend on like how prevalent Goldspan Dragon is.
Yeah.
Like how much the wolves matter. But
Yeah.
Again, like I've been like, I see it all through the like lens of standard 2022, where
Yeah.
that card's annoying, where like I didn't think it would be.
Well, like I think this set seems powerful enough where what we're seeing in standard 2022 isn't necessarily what we're going to see for like
Yeah,
actual rotation of standard.
yeah, true. All right. So
We're
we have,
almost done, I promise.
all right. So we have the land cycles. So these are, I guess we had the fast lands. So these are the slow lands.
I really don't think that's fair to call these slow lands. Like technically they are the opposite of fast lands, but like I think mid-range decks want these.
Mhm.
Not
So
really like control decks.
yeah. So these are dual lands that enter the battlefield tapped unless you control 2 or more other lands.
Yeah.
And they tap for the allied colors. Right?
Yeah.
These are the allied colors. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. So these want to be
Yep.
your third land.
Yeah, not your like I guess they're like so fast lands are tapped. They want to be your third land is like they can be your first, second, or third land and they're untapped.
Right.
These are untapped starting on 3.
Right.
So like these are good. Like
I think they're really good.
right? I mean, they do support 2-color aggressive decks, right? Like not like a heavy splash, but like, if you want to be white and then like splash a counter spell, right? You want to splash like a Test of Talents, right? Deserted Beach probably lets you do that. Or like, hey, my third land is this, and I can hold up Test of Talents.
I don't know that these want to be in an aggressive deck at all.
Why not?
Because if you keep a 2-lander and one of them is this, like you're not
Fair.
going to be able to play your spells.
Fair.
I think they want to be in a mid-range deck, like specifically a mid-range deck. I don't think like Control would rather play a tapped land that does something, and aggro wants their mana untapped. I think mid-range is the only people that care about like mana on turn 4 and 5.
In standard, we don't have a tap land that does anything. Right? Our options are the Snarls, which are hot garbage.
Yeah, that's true.
And these.
The pathways don't do anything.
The pathways don't do anything.
Well, you have the ones from Keldheim, the uncommon ones.
The uncommon ones. Oh. Yeah. I mean, I don't think they're like super hyped to play like the blue-white land. Like maybe. So like maybe. But I think like if you're like blue-white control, you're playing the beach and like those.
Yeah, maybe.
Right? Because like in a control deck, you don't mind that they come into play tapped early.
Yeah.
And then like it's like you want them to come into play untapped late.
Yeah.
Like you want to be able to like play your whatever 5-mana planeswalker.
Yeah.
I was thinking more like, if you want to in an aggressive deck, right? Maybe not like your 22 land deck, but like a 24 kind of land deck where this can be your third or fourth land so that you can play your splash card like on time as opposed to it coming into play tapped. Because a lot of times those decks, like you want to go 1, 2, 3,
right?
And or if you have to go 2, 3, that's fine. Not great, but fine. But it always sucks when your like third land comes into play tapped, right? And this situation where these are better when you keep a 3-lander than like a temple would be.
Yeah,
because they let you go 1, 2, 3, but they are worse. And well, they're basically a temple in a 2-land hand.
Yeah.
So
I don't know, like from what the format looks to me, both the white weenie and the vampires, like whatever that's going to look like, look to be 1, 2, 3 decks, not 2, 3, 4 or 3, 4, 5 decks.
But I also think that like, the mana in like a red black aggro deck is like awful, isn't it?
Why?
Like they don't have a snarl. All they have is one. They just have the pathway, right? So they have one pathway.
Yeah, I guess so.
And then they have like the tap common land cycle.
Yeah.
Oh, and the lands from Kaldheim aren't duals.
Right.
They tap for 1 mana and then they're activated
Yeah.
abilities too. Colors. So like I think if you're vampires, you would play Haunted Ridge, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Not,
I guess just because the mana's bad.
Yeah, like the mana is like because think about like your standard 2022 deck, right? You have the what are they called? Like you probably have the like tapped snowlands.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right? Like you would play a Haunted Ridge over that.
Yeah.
I guess think of how many times you were like, oh, I can play my Innistrad. Oh, I can't.
Yeah.
Because like this comes into play tapped. So like I think you just play them. Now, granted, that is more of a mid-range deck.
Yeah.
But like if you're red-black aggressive, you still have to like cast your spell.
Oh, hey. That Innistrad Predator is a vampire dragon.
Oh yeah, it is. There we go. It's just doing everything. There's your top end of your vampire deck.
Yep.
But no, I think these are good.
Yeah.
Like I think they will.
I think they're solid.
Yeah, like they're not like, they're not modern playable, right? Because like you care about your turn 1 and turn 2 so much in modern. But I think they could be pioneer playable. They're definitely historic playable.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right. We have the adversaries, cards that are mythic just to move packs. So all of these are templated basically the same.
Yeah.
Which is their creatures that come into play. When they enter the battlefield, you can pay a mana cost any number of times. And they get like counters based on the number of times you paid that amount.
Right.
Plus they get an additional effect.
Yeah. So they basically have multi-kicker.
Yes. But the difference is where multi-kicker, you have to pay on the front end before the spell resolves.
Right.
These you pay after it's entered the battlefield. So you never get in a situation where you're like, I'm going to put 7 mana into this thing and it gets countered.
Right.
Right. You know that I'm going to get this effect when I start paying this stuff.
Yep.
Paying the mana.
So we had talked about 3 of them last week, I think.
I think we talked about Intrepid Adversary, Spectral Adversary, and Tainted Adversary.
Yeah.
Okay.
Knowing what the rest of the set looks like, does that change any of those 3?
I mean, I think that we probably said it before, but like Intrepid Adversary just fits into this like mythical white aggressive deck that we keep talking about.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, worst case scenario, it's like a 4 mana Lord. Well, fail case, it's a 3/1 life linking for 2.
Right.
And then like it gets to be a 4 mana Lord.
Yeah.
Like that seems great.
Yep. Seems fine.
I don't know how good Tainted Adversary is.
Yeah.
Right. Since like it makes the bad zombie tokens.
Right. But what if you played it with Puppet Master? Or was like sack outlets or something?
Yeah. Yeah. I guess I just don't know.
Like a 2 mana, 2/3 death touch is probably just fine.
I mean, it's Gifted Aetherborn.
Yeah, it's easier to play. Like you don't have to be mono black to play it, but yeah.
It's easier. You lose lifelink, but you make it easier to cast.
Yeah.
I mean, that card has seen play.
Yep.
That card was an uncommon.
True.
The card is a mythic.
Not a mythic.
I don't think Spectral Adversary seems to have a home.
Yeah, I don't
Like
love Spectral Adversary.
Right? Like I feel like its best case is like bad rattle chains.
Yeah.
Just like 1 and a blue flash flyer.
Yep.
And I guess like you might get to save something from removal. Or I guess like in fairness, you can also phase out your opponent's stuff.
Yeah, to push some attacks through. But like if your spirits, all your stuff flies. So
Yeah, like if they have a flyer, you get to get something, but like,
Yeah.
probably doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So like, I don't think Spectral Adversary has a home in standard, and I don't think that like it breaks into older format spirit decks. Like the 2-mana spot is pretty much spoken for.
Yeah.
Right? It's worse than Rattle Chains. It's worse than Supreme Phantom.
Yeah.
And like it's worse than Selfless Savior.
Yeah.
So then we have the red Snapcaster Mage.
Basically, it's a bloodthirsty adversary, 1 red for a 2/2 with haste. When bloodthirsty adversary enters the battlefield, you pay 2 and a red any number of times. It gets that many counters, and you exile that many target instant or sorcery cards with mana value 3 or less, and cast any number of the copies without paying their mana cost. So, like, is this red Snapcaster or is it red Goblin Dark Dwellers? It's more like Goblin Dark Dwellers, right?
It is more like Goblin Dark Dwellers. Yeah. That's probably a better comparison.
Which was fine. That was a great card in that standard.
Yeah. So it's like you said, it's fine.
Yeah.
Right. I don't see you paying this like multiple times.
No, you're probably only going to pay it once.
Yeah. Though, in the world of janky modern decks, so have you seen the it's oh gosh. So whatever the suspend like warp world is, right? So they play Goblin Dark Dwellers.
Yeah.
So that you do it, you put in a Dark Dwellers and you do it again. Right? This gives you more Dark Dwellers.
That's true.
Presumably you have mana.
Yeah.
Because you've put in some lands. So this gives you extra Dark Dwellers to like keep doing the thing. So like you have more, because like that deck wins because it like, you know, goes from 6 permanents to 9 permanents to 29 permanents.
Yeah.
So just having like an extra way to do it can be valuable. And then the last one I don't understand.
Okay. It's a Primal Adversary, 2 and a green for a 4/3 with trample. Does the rest of it matter?
The rest of it exists, but probably not.
So when it enters the battlefield, you can pay 1 and a green any number of times. When you pay this cost, put that many counters on it, and that many target lands you control become 3/3 wolf creatures with haste that are still lands.
Yes.
So for 5 mana, you get 7 power, 6 toughness, and 4 of it tramples.
8 power, 7 toughness, because you get a counter.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. So like you just get to pick ridiculously overstated 3 drops in green.
Yeah, in your Stompy deck. It's a good thing we don't have Llanowar Elves, huh?
God. But like but you have this, you have our the one that replaces itself. Yeah. There was another like 3 mana 4/3, wasn't there? In green? Maybe
no, I think there was.
Yeah. Like it just seems like green just gets these like giant things at 3 mana.
Yep.
Right, like
pile the pressure on.
Yeah. And like it's a good like top deck late. Like you kind of can't flood out.
Yeah.
Right? Like if you get to 6 lands, you're just like, all right, cool. I guess you take 3 and then you have to do. And it's not becomes a wolf till the end of turn. It's just a wolf now.
Right.
So like you just like
and a land.
Yeah, you just have 2 things you have to deal with now. Right? And like anything that's like bounce target non-land permanent.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it doesn't say it's oh no, still lands. There it is.
Still land.
Yeah. So you can't bounce it with like, you know, a thing that's like bounce target non-land permanent.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like I don't think the rest of the text matters. Like I think you're just gonna play it for a 4/3 beater,
Probably.
but like an easy like usually the 4/3s are like 1 green.
Yeah.
Like this just goes in like a Gruul deck.
Could you imagine this following up a Wrath though? Like if your opponent taps out for like a Meat Hook Massacre for 4 on turn 6, and you just untap and you're like, all right, 7 mana, here we go.
Yeah, take 3. Or yeah,
Oh, take 6.
yeah. If you have enough mana, you're just like, yeah, take 6. And I'm still gonna have all this. Even if you don't, you're just like, fine. Like, I'll put 10 power on the board.
Yeah.
Can you wrath it again?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that the white one and the green one are probably the 2 best.
Yeah.
And
then
then
I think the black one and the red one are tied for like relevant creature types with mediocre abilities that might see play. And then the blue ones bringing up the rear.
yeah, like probably it probably has the most relevant creature type, but it just doesn't do anything compared to all the other creatures of that type.
Yeah.
Yeah. But again, like these cards don't feel like they needed to be mythic. Like it feels like
probably not.
They're just what's it called? They're just like ways to move packs. Also, why is this wolf in a house? He's not a werewolf. Like, there's a hat on the ground. Are they saying they ate someone like in his house? Like that's not cool.
Maybe the big bad wolf.
I guess.
Although we had that in Throne, right?
Yeah, we did. And so this guy's just like a burglar and a murderer. Like that's not cool.
Yeah, it's not cool.
All right, what else do we have? Are we done?
That's it.
Oh my gosh.
Finally.
So yeah, so that was a lot.
Yeah, that was a lot.
We probably could have done more cards, but we're at over 4 hours now. So I understand.
Sorry, man. The set was good.
The set was good. So if you want to tweet at us cards we have missed, don't, because it was 4 hours long. But if you want to tweet us and talk about our amazing stamina, you can get us at CasualTryHard on Twitter.
If you want to let us know how awesome we are for producing 5 hours of content for you people on a weeknight, you can hit us up on Facebook at CasualTryHardMTG. You could also email us, show@CasualTryHardMTG.com. Not that I think anybody's still listening 5 hours in, but we have a TCG player affiliate link, tcg.casualtryhardmtg.com. Do your pre-orders there. Once the set comes out, do your actual orders there. I gave you some specs for vampire decks. Pick the stuff up while it's cheap. You'll thank me later. And you'll help us out at the same time. If you guys want to support us more directly, do so at patreon.com/casualtryhardmtg. Throw a couple bucks in the pot and you'll get access to our pre-show, our show notes, and my give backs when I do them. And jump in the Discord. Talk to us. Let us know what you think about this set, about standard going forward, and what decks you're going to brew.
Yeah. I am looking forward to No Eldraine and there being some different decks.
Me too.
So with all of that, I would say we'll catch you at FNM, but I might need to sleep for the next 3 days.
Probably. We're getting old.
Yes, Gavin is scheduled to wake up in about 6 hours. So
oh god.
I know when my wake up call is.
Yeah. All right. Well, all right. I will talk to you later because you're gonna go to sleep right now.
I will go to sleep.
Yeah.
So with that, good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
All right, so let's